Table crashing through Orchard Park. We want a cornerback that's no snot. Binary visit when the Titans call. Knox selling that we got them all. 25 draft show. Madden spewing on today. 25 draft show. Do champions is just, they're just okay. Round one pace is slow. In a draft day trance. With McBean at the helm. It's been a fruitful dance. Trade up, trade down, or summon a ghost. Our anxiety better yield a podcast toast. 25 draft show. Madden student on today. 25 draft show. Do champions is just, they're just okay.
For the best Italian food in Western New York, Elliot Apollos, call 716-825-3675. The Lardon Construction Group.
Fubo TV, the official streaming service of Do Champions. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of Do Champions.
For all your summertime needs, beauty pools, as well as kayak pools.
CX Chronicles, your total customer solutions focused manager. W.GG, the official energy drink of Do Champions.
Hey, Sons of Erie, our artwork looks better on your walls. Hamburg Brewing, please visit our tap room on Boston State Road, Hamburg, New York. And finally,
Fat Boy Surf Club for all your surfing needs.
What is going on, Bills Mafia? How are we feeling? How are we feeling? If you don't know me, I am Neffy. You can find me at X, do_Neffy, host of the No One to Blame podcast, only on Do Champions Network. Thanks for joining us tonight. Got a couple guests coming in soon. Matt will be here in a moment, co-host of the Third Manageable podcast, founder of Do Champions. We're going to be guiding you through all the second and third round picks, all the action tonight. First off, Bills Mafia, everyone just take a breath. Everyone take a breath. I think the pick was good. I predicted that pick. If you were watching last night, that was my pick. I thought that we were going to take Hairston there. I was completely fine with it. I think he's a great, aggressive, fast corner, a little small, but that's okay, man. This is what McBean do. They draft good players for their system, and boom, there he is. What's going on?
Not too much. Sorry about that. My lovely internet died for a second, so I think one of the dogs unplugged it. So luckily, I was able to get it back real quick. But that's that. Yeah, exactly. Ruh-roh. So thank you, I don't know how far you got into everything, but thank you to everybody who joined us last night. We had over 4,000 live viewers last night across all of our social medias. Definitely want to thank everybody for that. Definitely watch out for the Christian Benford jersey giveaway that'll be announced. We tried to announce it last night. Did the spins, everything after the Bills picked. But because of the shock and everything, we didn't really get to much of it. But Don will be putting that out either tonight or tomorrow with the winner and trying to get a hold of you. So, with that being said, we hope everybody enjoys joining us again tonight. I know you started getting into a little bit of Maxwell Hairston. With that being said, as much as I personally wanted it to be Trey Amos, I had Maxwell Hairston third on my list. As of Wednesday night, it was Trey Amos, it was Kenneth Grant, and it was Maxwell Hairston. His tackling leaves a little bit to be desired because he does play a little bit smaller to keep that speed up. But I mean, if he bulks up in the correct way, like Student and I always talk about, when you do best available when available, Bawa, you're doing it against development need, weighted utility, and one other one. I can't think of it right off the top of my head right now, but those are the type of development. Sorry. So it's depth, development, weighted utility, and need. So when you bring somebody in along development, you're getting them in that NFL program, that nutritional and weight program. So he may be able to keep that speed at the 4.28, 4.3 or whatever, maybe lose a little bit here that, isn't that highway speed that he's going 0 to 60 all the time, but he's still going to be able to be a little bit bigger, get the, be able to tackle a little bit better, hopefully, because tackling truly is just a coachable thing. But the main thing that if he never got better at tackling, let's sit here and talk about that for a second. If he never got better at tackling, the Bills play a very swarming defense. All he's got to do is get the guy and get him held up, right? So, and they'll just come around the ball. They'll attack the ball. So, that's what the Bills defense is meant to be doing. What your thoughts?
No, I agree with all that. I mean, I think he's a great fit for our defense. I think we could use some of this speed in our secondary. I think we've had some instinctual guys in the past in safety and corner, and I think getting someone with this raw athleticism, I don't think this is something that we've really had in our secondary, man. And to your point about him gaining weight, I mean, look what James Cook did in the offseason. James Cook put on 10, 15 pounds of mass, probably mostly muscle, didn't lose any of his speed. Obviously, he doesn't have 4.29 speed or whatever Hairston is at, but I'm confident that he's going to be just fine, man. I like him opposite of Benford back there. I mean, dude, that could be nasty. I mean, we had Hyde and Poyer for so long, and I think we were spoiled with that. Plus, when we did have Trey White, the three of them, I mean, come on. But now that we're kind of rebuilding some of that, I like Rapp. I like Bishop. I think Bishop's going to be a good player. This is a year 2 step up for him. And then you got Benford, who's, man, top 5 corner in the league right now?
Yeah, I mean, right up there. Right up there.
Not a lot of people know that either. Outside of Bills Mafia, not a lot of people know that, man. So you add Hairston to the mix, dude. I like it a lot. Now, why did you guys want Trey Amos over Hairston? Was it fit? Was it the caliber of player? What was the most? Because all of you guys wanted him.
So here's the reason why I wanted him is I saw a lower floor with him than, Maxwell Hairston probably has a higher ceiling than Trey Amos, right? But the floor to where Amos is already, going in there starting and everything like that, I don't think that there's that much drop. I didn't think there was that much drop off, but between, ceiling and floor for him. So you're not having to worry about somebody with all these, potential. You're not taking that swing and then, he doesn't hit, kind of like a Kyer Elam situation.
A la Kyer Elam.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of sometimes doesn't work, but hopefully it does. It sometimes feels like, with what Einstein said is just doing the same thing over and over again is the true definition of insanity. But I mean, at this point right now, Hairston is the pick. I thought that Trey Amos was a better tackler. I thought he was better in both zone and man coverage. I thought he had better instincts on the ball. Hairston clearly has the better first step to go attack the ball.
Yep.
But I thought that Amos's defensive IQ made up for a lot of that because he was a little bit slower at 4.4. We're talking 0.12 seconds. Like, let's be serious. Like, I get that on the football field when you're going against somebody that's an Xavier worthy type speed. Sure, somebody that's running down the field at 4.21 is going to be faster than somebody at 4.4. But when you're talking about any of these guys going across the middle, they're not at full speed yet, so you're able to keep right up with them. But I don't know. I just thought that Trey Amos was a better fit for the Bills than Maxwell Hairston, but I do, and it's more because of the shoulder injury and the swing that you would have to take to get him. But I thought if the reason why I did like him still at as my third on that list, I thought that the taking him for the upside at the end of the first round, like, and let's be serious, like if you're talking the Bills don't have a pick, they didn't take a corner and they're drafting 12th overall in the second round. If they're not taking, if Hairston's gone, whatever, that's not the time to take a swing. The swing is you were in the AFC Championship game. Let's take a swing and try and get over that hump with somebody like a Maxwell Hairston.
Now, let me ask you this, Matt. We're comparing corners, who could have been taken, and obviously, Will Johnson, another big name, where his knee must have some serious issues, right?
That's the thing that started coming out a couple days before the draft on a lot of these visits, on his final visits, his Zoom meetings, things like that, is with his knee. And we saw Thigh Doctor talk about it last night. It's a little bit of a degenerative problem, and it's most likely gonna, it might not affect him early in his career, like probably the first couple years, but it could start, rearing its ugly head before his fifth year option could be picked up. You never know. They said the same thing about Jadeveon Clowney, and he's still in the league playing. So you never know. But when you're drafting somebody that high, you don't want to have to, worry about that. Right.
Yep. I agree 100%. I mean, what was that? Shades of Willis McGahee.
Yeah, but I mean, Willis ended up having a good career after.
Right. So it worked out. But hey, by the way, shout out Thigh Doctor. Shout out all the guests last night. The show was incredible last night. If you didn't see it, go watch it again. I mean, it was a long show, but it was incredible. Guests top to bottom. The Thigh Doctor is incredible. Go give him a follow on X. I believe it's just at Thigh Doctor. You definitely, there's a very unique name, but he's awesome. Another guy, another corner, if we're comparing all these together, Siobhan Revenell.
Siobhan Revel.
Sorry, from East Carolina. I was not as high on this kid. I know he's got this just raw talent, raw athleticism, but he played JUCO, I believe, and then went to East Carolina. And I just don't think he played against enough talent to really be assessed at that level. What do you think?
So here's my thing: is the skill set is there, and the skills will translate to the NFL. You get him. Same thing that I was talking about with Hairston is you get him into the with the development. You get him into the NFL nutrition program, get him into the weight program, get him playing in your scheme. The skills are going to translate to the NFL. It's the things that the instincts and the traits that he has and everything like that. This kid, I had him ranked as my, without the injury, I have him ranked as my number one corner in the entire draft.
Wow.
But
over Will Johnson.
Over Will Johnson, over Travis Hunter.
Wow. I know we're not talking about Hunter here, but wow, that's praise, man.
And Travis Hunter got drafted as high as he did because you're basically getting two players for one. So I don't think he would have went earlier than Travis Hunter, but I do have him as a better corner than Travis Hunter, just based on traits and things like that, without the ACL injury. Now, with the ACL injury, that's a huge misnomer. And as we talk to student, and we talk to banged up Bills and we talk to thigh doctor, it's once you get one, you're more likely to get the second one, whether it's in the same knee or the other knee, because you're compensating. You're not, So I mean, with that ACL, you don't want to take that risk on. And we saw it with Trey White. Glad he's back, but we saw it with him. He got that ACL injury, and then literally 4 games into the season, he steps over top of his knee and backpedaling and pops the Achilles. So it's
man, that's like makes my stomach turn to this day, man.
Yeah. Because he was starting to look back in form too. He's starting to look like Trey White of old, and then all of a sudden it's just like, covering Tyreek Hill and everything, and in that Miami game, and it's just like, man. So hopefully he can come back. Hopefully he was also, he was brought in, 154 base with 345,000 roster bonus or in-game bonus, and 2.88 against the cap. Up to $6.88 or $84 million for him.
That's awesome. For someone that knows our defense, that can coach up this new draft pick at the same position, I think it's invaluable, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and for somebody who wants to be here, like that's the main thing.
Exactly.
Is somebody who wants to be here.
Exactly. All right, Browns are on the clock, man.
Who do we think just real quick? Who do you think that they take here?
Dude, okay, so just so everyone knows, if you follow me on X, _Neffy, I'm always putting out gambling plays. I placed a wager today, Shedeur Sanders not to get picked in the second round, plus 400. I do think that he's going to go, I think Pittsburgh picks at 82 or 83. I think that's where he's going to end up. Either that or maybe Dallas, but I don't think it's going to be in the second round. Now, Cleveland, dude, what an embarrassment of riches. We didn't get to talk about this, but we were talking about the corners. How about these edge guys that are left and the safety? Nick Emenwari from South Carolina, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, dude, Darius Alexander. These dudes are studs, man. I mean, the Bills could have went with them, and I would have been happy with any of those picks, to be honest with you. I mean, so does Cleveland, what they did yesterday, they went D-line, right?
They went defensive tackle and Mason Graham, who, is and then Kenneth Grant goes almost 10 picks later.
Right.
That Michigan defensive line was amazing last year.
Yep.
You have those two guys in there, one guy, against the run, the other guy rushing the pass. I mean, now Cleveland has their, Myles Garrett. They have Mason Graham. They have a lot of guys that are going to be able to do whatever they need to do. So, I mean, I guess, paying Myles Garrett that $40 million is bring him some help as well on the defensive line.
Absolutely. How about like someone like Luther Burden to Cleveland right now?
I mean, if that's who it is, like, great, but they traded their number one option last year and Amari Cooper to the Bills after that they were pretty much, out of everything after the, before the trade deadline there, but that cost the Bills a third round pick. But I could definitely see, go pairing somebody with a Jerry Jeudy, like a Luther Burden, who has gotten comps weirdly to Jamar Chase, which,
crazy, right?
I mean,
I don't see that.
I don't either, but I understand it. I don't see it, but I understand it because, they say that he can catch the ball on a slant and take it the distance running through tackles. Okay, we've seen that from Jamar Chase multiple times. But there's things that Jamar Chase can do that somebody like a Luther Burden can't do. He can go up and get the ball. He can, he makes these amazing catches. He's a route technician in himself. So there's a reason why he's one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid wide receiver in the league. And Luther Burden's not that. Anyways.
So Cleveland's picking now, and then they're picking in 3 more picks after that, or 2 more picks technically after that. One of these picks is going to be wide receiver. It's got to be, in my opinion.
I mean, you got to think for Cleveland, it's going to be Alik Emon. I can't say his Ao Manor, however you say his last name. But it's going to be him. It's going to be a Luther Burden. I wouldn't be surprised with the availability of their cornerbacks if they take one of the cornerbacks that's still sitting there, specifically Will Johnson, with them being basically right up the road in Michigan there, and in Ann Arbor there, and
they have the depth to kind of let him get healthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that could be a major weapon for him. That's actually a good call. I mean, I'm surprised he fell out of the first round, even with his injury. I am surprised he fell out of the first round. I could see them doing something like that. But I mean, can you imagine them now? Like, imagine them doubling down and just going with one of these edge guys here and just having like the nastiest D line.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it honestly, but I mean, I think that they need other things other than defensive line. So I think that,
they do.
And we talked about two of them, wide receiver and cornerback. They're trying to get rid of some of these, older cornerbacks on their team, in Denzel Ward, in Newsome, so why not bring in, somebody that, real quickly, yes, he's okay. We've heard from him today.
Whittle on Suey watch last night after that pick. Whittle had all these hot takes flowing. The Bills take a pick. Radio silence from Whittle, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Shout out.
So the other thing here too that could be, for Cleveland that could happen is they could be one of the ones that take Shedeur Sanders here. I mean, they were in the mix for him at 2. I know.
Take my bet. Take my bet out of it. No. Take my bet out of it. The reason I'm shaking my head, Matt, is because I don't think he's the best quarterback left.
I don't either. But I mean, Cleveland does Cleveland things. So
that is true. That is very true.
We could see a punter come off the board here for Cleveland. I don't know. Like,
they're
I'm
showing Quinn Ewers on the screen right now. Can you imagine that?
Oh, jeez.
he's. Oh my gosh. Now I like the Louisville quarterback Shug.
Yep.
But dude, I think Jalen Milroe is the next best quarterback left on the board.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I in my rankings I have Shedeur as 75th. I have Milroe ahead of him, and I had Jackson Dart and Cam Ward ahead of both of them. So definitely
some fun gambling stats from last night involving these guys. So Shedeur Sanders was minus 650 to be picked in the first round. And you know that there are plenty of people out there that have deep pockets that laid that cheddar cheese. But man, that's just a tough loss, man. But what do I got here? So Jackson Dart closed minus 250 to be the second quarterback. That's crazy. The swing in the past month or so in this gambling has been crazy.
Yeah.
What did student say? I missed that.
Oh, he just said drafting Sanders is like catching a falling knife, as Wall Street says.
Yeah. Nothing good happens because the falling knife sucks at throwing the football. Is that what he means?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him specifically, but we have the pick is in. We're just waiting on hearing that, and we'll announce it here in a second. I do have our
nice.
I don't have the soundboard here tonight at my house, but that's over at our studio. So
that worked though. I loved it.
It was awesome. It's a nice thing. So with that being said, I mean, quick before the pick is announced, any last guesses here at who they might take?
I think Will Johnson or a wide receiver here. And because they already addressed the D-line once, I don't think they grab another one yet. Grab one of your guys, and then I don't think they go quarterback here either. Well, who's
Joe Thomas? Who they got announced in the pick? Joe Thomas tonight?
I think it is Joe Thomas, but he's lost so much weight, dude. He's like almost unrecognizable.
All right, let's hurry this up, Joe, so we can see.
And bum, ba-da-da.
Carson Schweissinger out of UCLA.
Whoa,
That
is
is
a reach.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
With all that talent on the board, that's the linebacker you're going to go for?
Like I said, Cleveland's going to Cleveland.
Ooh.
I mean, I hate that they're because they're part of the Rust Belt, the Lake Erie, whatever. I hate that they're like still a joke, but they are. They Cleveland's still Cleveland's all the time, and I feel so bad. I feel so bad for their fans, and it felt like that they were coming out of it, and then they Haslam did the unthinkable and traded for Deshaun Watson, and it's like, what are you doing?
Oh
with
my
that?
gosh, that is
So
crazy, man. I can't believe. I mean, they needed linebacker. They did, and he was.
Yeah.
Him and Demetrius Knight, probably Chris Paul Jr. Another one. Good linebackers there. But man, they could have waited a little bit, traded back, got some more capital. I mean,
Geez,
there's just too much talent.
Not to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
I don't care tonight. I don't care. I'll tip the picks as soon as I get them.
Yeah, perfect.
Wide receiver Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State goes to Houston at pick number 34.
That was fast. I love that. Let's go. Bam, bam, bam.
That is a great pick for them.
Yep.
He's actually one of my favorite wide receivers in the entire draft. He's 6'4", 230 pounds. I mean, he's a big kid. He's going to be able to go up and get the ball. He's going to provide them something they don't have. They have their downfield threat in Nico Collins. They have their slot guy in Tank Dell. They got rid of Stephon Diggs, so now they need that bigger body guy that's going to go in there. And they still have Dalton Schultz as their tight end. So I mean that offense just they're doing whatever they possibly can to give CJ Stroud every bit of chance that he can to succeed.
Yep. I love that pick for them. And if you play fantasy football or if you're in dynasties, that is a nice player to target right there. That's a perfect fit and a great offense. Great analysis there, Matt. And how about, hey, shout out Houston getting that shit in like that, dude.
Yeah, as soon as they were on the clock, they were off the clock. So definitely got to keep going with that fast pace. I mean, we heard Roger Goodell talk about it last night this morning on the Pat McAfee show, saying that he's had thoughts about potentially moving the first round to 7 minutes rather than doing the 10 minutes and giving teams a one-time 2-minute extension reprieve throughout the entire draft, but they can only use it one time.
I saw that, but didn't they used to have all 3 rounds on like Friday night together, and then they moved the first round separated from it to make it its own thing?
It used to be. So initially it was Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday was rounds 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
Sunday was 4, 5, 6, and 7. That's how it was when I was a kid, and up until I think I was like 19 or 20 or whatever,
We had a trade.
Who's trading?
Looks like Seattle traded with Tennessee. The pick is in, but I don't know what it is yet.
Tennessee's coming up or Seattle's coming up?
Seattle moved up. So Tennessee was on the clock. They traded with Seattle. I don't have the details in front of me. I'm just showing that Seattle is now on the clock from Tennessee.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. I have on my right, I have the NFL Network coverage. On my left, behind me, well, apparently basketball's on behind me. So I'll have to change that at some point.
ESPN swapped from the draft coverage to the Celtics game. And hey, shout out if you're betting basketball like you are me, Giannis Antetokounmpo points ladder tonight. Go check it out. Do _Neffy. Go look at the ones that I played tonight. He is going to go off tonight.
Yeah, did you see the hate he was getting in Boston during his free throws the other night? Speaking of that,
No,
I mean,
he's not. They're not playing Boston.
Or not Boston. Who was it? Who were they
Indiana?
playing?
The
Indiana.
Patriots.
The guy had a sign with the time. You know, one of the old. Like, and literally, he was counting 1, 2, 3 with the time, and you know,
I love
it got. He made both free throws.
Giannis doesn't
so,
care, dude. Giannis
Yeah.
could give 0 fucks, dude. He does not care at all. I'm still not seeing who this pick is yet.
It's not. It is in, but they're on a commercial right now. So,
who do you think that they traded up to get?
Seattle.
Could be a quarterback.
Knowing Seattle, it could be a lot of different things. They took Gray Zabel last night.
Think about who they just traded up in front of, though. They traded in front of Cleveland, in front of the Raiders, who also need quarterback, right?
But it could be a wide receiver at this point too.
Yep, both those teams could also use wide receiver. Seattle, Cleveland, and the Raiders all have similar needs.
I got it. Ready? Do you want to take a guess?
I couldn't guess.
It's the defensive side of the ball.
Okay. Is it Will Johnson?
Nope.
Mike Green?
Nope.
I don't know.
Nick Eamon-Worry to the Seahawks.
Okay.
Gonna go play that Cam Chancellor role up there. Recreate the Legion of Boom up there.
Let's go. Safety out of South Carolina. What up, Gamecocks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean that
Big
so much talent on the board, man.
Yeah.
Their secondary definitely needed some help though.
I mean, here's a question for you. Here's a serious question for you. I know the Bills need defensive tackle, specifically one nose tackle, to play opposite of Ed Oliver. We heard McDermott say that they definitely want to get bigger at that spot. I actually put it out on Do Champions a couple weeks ago after, the owners meeting when he was talking about that. But let's say that Will Johnson and Trey Amos actually fall to 56. What do they do? Do you double up on corner and take one of those guys? Or do you just be like, oh, I'm just going to take the best defensive tackle available?
This might be a cop-out, but we have to see what else is left on the board.
No, and I get that.
We're also picking at 62, right?
Right.
So if one of those guys is there, and let's just say there's 2 or 3 maybe defensive tackles or edge players that we still like left at that spot, I think, man, why not? And just have this balling secondary for years to come, right? All young. That's their blueprint. They like that shit, right?
And Cleveland already with the quick pick already.
Okay.
We're getting through this. We're getting through the second round pretty quickly. They are taking their kid out of Ohio State, Quinshawn Judkins,
running back. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, man. They have Ford, and really that's it because Chubb is gone.
Don't have, right? Chubb is gone. I expected if they didn't take a running back high for him to come back. Now they've taken a running back high. I don't know where Chubb would have a spot on the Cleveland Browns anymore. So if he's ready to play football, somebody's going to give him a chance later on during the summer, probably when he's either during or after training camp. And you never know. I mean, it could be
the Bills.
It could be the Bills. It could be any of the. It could be the Ravens. It could be the Steelers.
Not the Ravens. Get out of here.
I'm just saying, you never know. Putting him behind, so you have a backfield, a Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb. I mean,
another super young kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, we're 2 picks behind here already. So they need to hurry this up. And it is that Richard Sherman announcing? Yeah, it is. Richard Sherman is announcing Nick Eamon-Worry. How fitting is that, though, for that to be the one announcing the pick?
It is great. And how about Sherman's fit, too, dude? The dude looks dapper. Got the blue suit with the green shirt underneath, repping the Seattle colors. I love it.
Yeah.
Where are you seeing the pick so early?
I have Twitter.
Oh shit. Okay, good. I'm gonna let you keep rocking that out. So okay, so and then you said Cleveland grabbed Judkins. Okay, so technically Raiders on the clock here. Man, world is their oyster.
This is a spot for Shadur Sanders. Like, I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like, your stuff separate. Tom Brady loves Shadur Sanders for whatever
does he?
reason.
Is that true?
That is 100% true. He was actually doing some stuff with Shadur Sanders during the draft process. You know, I don't know if it was before, you know, he took ownership and then isn't able to anymore. Like, I don't know what's going on with that, but at some point in the last 12 months, Tom Brady was doing stuff with Shadur Sanders, whether it was like a training thing or whatever, but it came out that you know, he loves Shadur Sanders. And on top of that too, Pete Carroll's now there. Who did Pete Carroll take 12 years ago, 13 years ago in the third round? Russell Wilson. Same type of quarterback. Yes, Shadur is a little bit bigger, taller, but
Yeah.
Same kind of skill set, same thing. And they just took Ashton Genty.
Right.
I mean, it's lining up for them to get their quarterback of the future and put, everybody in that spot for them. But that could, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but you never know at this point.
No, I mean, it does make sense, Matt. It does. And they just signed Geno Smith. Was it a 2 or a 3-year deal? 2-year deal, right? So now he's got time to kind of learn that offense a little bit behind someone. Mm-hmm. No need to rush him.
Somebody who basically went through the same thing that he's going through now when he got initially drafted.
Do they have to take him here, though? That is the true question, right? Like, because you have the Saints that are coming up who could use a quarterback. The Cowboys are coming up at 44. I've heard, maybe the Cardinals at 47.
Really? To replace Kyler Murray? For why?
I mean, they're kind of making a lot of changes. Kyler's been a Band-Aid. He didn't play well last year, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know that Shador would be an upgrade to Kyler, but that's just, the speculation that I'm seeing. That's not something that I would do if I was the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They have the weapons.
Completely understand.
Though. Man, so Raiders, I feel like the Raiders have bigger needs than Shador right now. And I think next year's quarterback draft class is slightly better than this year's was. There's so much good talent left on the board, man.
Yeah, I just want to put this out there, and again, shout out to Kent Lee Platty. We had him on the show a couple weeks ago. He had two guys that were 10 Raz this year, Shamar Stewart and Nick Emonwari, and they're both off the board now. So,
right,
definitely some big athletic guys between the two, and super happy to see that.
And if you don't know what RAS is, it's Relative Athletic Score. He was the founder of the Relative Athletic Score, and he takes, several metrics from all over the place and basically gives these guys a score. Higher the score, the more athletic they're supposed to be. And I would say it's definitely the most accurate thing as far as figuring out how athletic these guys are. The RAS score is the metric to use. So shout out him. That was a good podcast. I really enjoyed that listen too. He was a good guest that you guys had on. Make sure you guys are checking out Third and Manageable every Saturday night. Matt and Student, always illustrious guests with Matt and Student, and they've got a whole list of off-season illustrious guests coming up. What time do you guys do it on Saturday nights now? Is it 8?
It's 9:00 every Saturday night. So every Saturday night there, and it's a lot of fun to do it. I mean, especially during the off season, we're coming up on the slow period of the football, waiting game that it is, waiting till next season. But that's something that we definitely want to take advantage of, and we want to bring you the best guests that we possibly can. So
Yeah.
I haven't gotten the pick yet. So
Yeah, and they're using all of their time too. So dude, they've got to be like, okay, pick is
Oh.
in.
Did they pick, or because it looks like they traded it?
It's saying pick is in. Oh, trade alert.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Coming down to the wire. Oh, Miami.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Miami traded up
They're
to
getting a
take
corner.
to take Arizona guard tackle Jonah Savai Naia.
Dude, good. Hey, good effort there. That was good, man. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
No sarcasm. That was good. Whew. Yeah, I mean they need it, dude. Like we had another illustrious guest on last night. Coach Fuller came on after they picked Kenneth Grant, gave us his insight, and he was saying they have all these guys in every position but the trenches. So what do? Kenneth Grant and now Jonah Savaiania from Arizona, guard. I think they're doing the right stuff, right?
Yeah, I hate talking good about Dolphins, because I mean, you grew up with it, I grew up with it. The Brian Cox, the fingers, whatever, the snowballs in the stadium. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. Those championships in 1973 really are still holding those guys. So
The cesspool that Dolphins Twitter is.
In all seriousness, though, all hate aside, they are doing a great job this year with Kenneth Grant. Now Jonah out of their new tackle out of Arizona. Gotta protect Tua's blind side. Gotta do it, because I don't mean this in a bad way, but at this point, he is a fragile quarterback.
Absolutely.
He takes one more wrong hit to the head, his career is over.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Shout out Real Deal Prime coming in.
Real
Buffalo
Deal Prime,
Mafia.
Yep. Definitely we'll see you tomorrow morning here with us on Hockey Hotline here, Real Deal Prime. We Brian and I got some great stuff to talk about as well tomorrow. So you're going to see more of my let's not start. Let's not start. I know you're a Sabres fan, but you're one of the biggest haters out there of the Sabres.
God.
So
They drive me nuts, bro, but we don't have to get into it.
No, not at all. But no, let me ask you one question, honestly, real quick, not to get too far off of football. You being a former goaltender yourself.
Yeah.
What do you see out of UPL that is not, like, why is he failing? Because why is he regressing?
That was a tough one for me, and I don't know if it was a product of our defense and just the amount of shots, or if it was just too much pressure for him, if he should have been splitting more time. This was the first season that he was truly the starting goalie, right? No one else was really coming in, and he played most of the season, and we had to go out. We dropped Devin Levi to the minors, because he just wasn't ready yet, which I think was the right play. And then we went out and got, who was the other goalie we got? Was it Reimer?
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, honestly, dude, I don't know. I didn't see any injury news come out or anything. He started off the season playing incredible too. I was on Hockey Hotline with you guys a couple Saturdays. We talked all about it. Me and Beyond did a show together, and I went in on all the goaltending stuff, and I was pumped. We were so pumped that UPL finally coming into where we drafted him to be. He was a high draft pick. And I don't know, man. He just kind of fell off. I mean, do you think it's maybe just a grind of losing?
I think I don't know. I think that UPL was not ever a great goaltender. He had a great 3 months, and it's kind of becoming the outlier with the more and more of seeing his career, because now he had a bad year again. He went back to what he was before those couple of months that he played well. So I mean, I personally thought that he, there's a couple different ways to fix that, but you can definitely tune in tomorrow and find out what we talk about with Hockey Hotline. Getting back to football real quickly, Pete Gwelly just put it on, and the Bills just announced it. New uniform combination coming in the fall.
Oh, come on. Is it red helmets?
We don't know. The only thing that's on there is just a quick video. Who's excited for a new uni? This is the tweet. Who's excited for a new uni? NFL with Nike rivalries coming to Buffalo in 2025. Another look for the final year.
Hopefully it's something.
Could you imagine with talking about rivalries, red helmets against the Dolphins with the flying dolphin or whatever you call it, the standing dolphin,
whatever that thing is.
Oh man, that would be a great thing. That would be a great thing. And we know here talking to having those relationships, we know that they have had the red helmets at One Bills Drive since April of 2023.
Right. They're there. Student was in talking about the Tua again. If no one in Tua's close corner is having the quality of life conversation, media shouldn't shy away from it. I agree 1,000%. We shouldn't be, shy to talk about it. I mean, we saw what happened twice last year. He was fencing, which is that posture when your body doesn't know what to do. Yep. It raises your hands up because you got knocked unconscious. It's called fencing. I mean, a lot of people picking low fruit and making fun of them like that. And, it's scary, dude. This is this dude's life, right? Don't want to take it too serious, but I mean, he's still playing football, which is crazy to me, man. I would have he got paid. He has got guaranteed money. He could walk away 30, 40 mil.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's really the thing though, is like, I get it. He signed this huge contract. He wants to honor the contract and everything else, but also too, you got a family, you got kids, they need you around and not in a fucking wheelchair. Excuse my language, but not in a fucking wheelchair. Like, let's not do this and let's be serious here. So, hold on one second. So both, with the Patriots on the clock, their pick is in. The Patriots are now selecting the other Ohio State running back in Travion Henderson.
Okay.
So somebody I was hoping the Bills might be able to grab at some point in the second round, but with the whole James Cook thing going on, but
good pick for them. Obviously, gosh, who is their running back? I can't even. It's failing me right now.
Oh, Ramondre Stevenson.
Yes, who he got hurt and came back last year and didn't look the same. Right.
Yep.
I know if you play fantasy, you're disappointed like I was. So they definitely could use some fresh legs back there. They got the new quarterback. They just got their new guard. I mean, why not?
Well, tackle and Will Campbell.
Tackle, correct. Which I think was a bad pick, by the way. I think he's a good player, but wasn't the best tackle on the board.
I think they needed to take Membu. Membu was the best, better tackle on the board. And I think that he, the short arms may end up hurting him a little bit in the NFL.
Yep, I agree 1,000%. While we're on that quick subject, Matt, I had two more teams that I thought reached, and I was in your guys' comments about it. San Fran taking Michael Williams. I thought that was a complete reach. I think there was much better talent on the board. And then Detroit taking Tyleek Williams. Another there was better position players, same position on the board. I didn't like those picks at all. Any thoughts on them?
I'm going to touch on Tyleek real quickly. I don't think it was very much of a reach. I think that was about the spot because it was, he also said the Bills were very, very interested in him. So it really comes down to, do the Bills take Tyleek Williams? Do they take Maxwell Harrison? If they're both sitting there, which do they feel is a better need? Neither here nor there, because we'll never find out. Detroit took him. I really think that Detroit got a great player there. And what are we talking about? A couple of spots. I mean, of a reach for Tyleek Williams. I mean, at most 10. And at that point, they're taking the guy that they think they have highest on their board with a first round grade. So I think kudos to them for, taking him there. This regime now in Detroit, a couple of years ago with Jahmyr Gibbs, everybody thought that was a huge reach. Everybody thought that was like, oh my God, he needs to be at the end of the first, early second. They took him at spot 12 or pick 12 a couple of years ago. And look how well that's turned out for them. So you take the guy that's on your board at that time, best available when available, as always. With that being said, I think that Michael Williams was a reach for San Fran, but I personally had him going to Atlanta at 15. 15. So yes, that's 4 spots, but the only reason I had him going to Atlanta was because number one, they needed pass rush. They needed pass rush help, and you can see what they did by taking both guys last night. What was it? Jelon Walker, and who's
James
the other
Pierce,
one?
man.
James Pierce. Thank you.
Who
But
could have been top 15
they doubled
pick, in my
down.
opinion.
They doubled down on that with the defensive ends, with the pass rush there. And I thought Michael Williams was gonna end up going to the Falcons and staying in Atlanta. But maybe that's why San Francisco took him there, because they didn't think he was going to last much longer. So, I mean, I do think it was a reach. I do think even Atlanta at 15, I think was a reach for him. So,
and when I say reach, all I'm saying is, and I just think that there's better players available at those positions. Now, Detroit's picking Tyleik Williams, not as egregious as San Fran picking Michael Williams, but there was just, I mean, Shamar Stewart was a better edge player in my opinion. James Pierce Jr., a better edge player in my opinion. I don't know. I don't think that Michael Williams should have been a first-round draft pick, but who am I? What do I know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and here's the thing. I kind of agree with you to a point. Had he had a better year, had he had more like his sophomore year, then I think that we're probably talking about somebody that is a surefire number one, or like a top 15, top 20 pick in the draft. He had an okay year last year, so I don't think you can fault him too much for that, especially probably knowing, hey, I'm going to the NFL, I'm making all this NIL deal money, I'm going to go play, right. Whatever. I mean, whatever these college kids' mentality is nowadays with the money that they're making, and I mean, at least they're not sitting out like all season, I mean,
right.
So,
yep.
I mean,
I agree 100%.
At least they have the mentality to, continue to play. Chicago is on the clock right now. We've kind of, talked about a lot of different things so far here. Let me ask you this. Who do you think was the better running back? Who do you think got the better running back as far as between the two Ohio State running backs? Because they both played a lot.
Yeah, they did. That as far as running back splits go in college, I think they were as close to 1A, 1B interchangeable as really they came. I mean, and that's why, I mean, they went right after each other pretty much in this draft too. Yeah. I mean, I think based off of fit, I think that I like Judkins in Cleveland more. But then you look at, and then you see their quarterback situation. It's like, well, Henderson and the Patriots, Vrabel likes to pound the rock. Henderson and
don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Do it.
The Bears are now selecting out of Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden III.
Wow. Another young one. So they're not going to re-sign Keenan Allen then for sure.
Probably not. No. I mean, that gives Caleb Williams now what? DJ Moore. That gives him Luther Burden. That gives him Roma Dunze.
Cole Kmet, and then they just drafted another one.
Colson Loveland.
Yes.
I mean, he had comparisons to Sam Laporta. So Ben Johnson got now his Laporta.
He was plus 475 to be the first tight end off the board last night. The other guy was minus 1,000.
Tyler Warren should have been the first guy off the board, but that's neither here nor there. Again, you're sticking to your board that you put together. I honestly think that I think Caleb Williams is going to be done in a couple of years. I think that he's going to be. I think he's going to be a career backup. I really don't have any.
Clip it.
You can hate me for it. You can love me for it. Whatever. I said it last year that they are putting, so much around him that it's you or I could go out there and get it to these guys within the area and succeed in those offenses. I don't think he's on the level. I don't think he'll ever be on the level of Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow,
No.
Patrick Mahomes. I don't think he's ever going to be on that level, and I hate it. I
student coming in. Student, I'll literally go and throw haymakers in the lake if we're in a position to pass twice on Amos. Student, we were just talking about this. If Amos is available at 56, but there's also good edge or D tackle there, what do we do?
Yeah,
they're not going to. They wouldn't take him. I don't know, man. So just going back to Chicago real quick, with all the sacks that Caleb took last year, and X amount of them were his fault, right? Young quarterback, but still, their O-line taking 2 offensive weapons and not addressing the O-line early is very interesting. It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Well, I mean, we saw it here too. We saw a little bit of it here too in Buffalo. We saw it in Detroit. They're not really like. Yes, we added Spencer Brown. Yes, we have Deion Dawkins. But they're not going out and Connor McGovern's great across the board. In those guard spots and in the center spot, was able to slide over perfectly into center. They drafted Osiris Torrance. They were able to slide David Edwards in there. AA doing a wonderful job. Is still the best 6 offensive lineman in the NFL. And like I said on our podcast,
starter.
There definitely needs to be an award for the 6th offensive lineman. Because he comes in and he plays 18 to 30 snaps a game, and so I really, but Chicago did kind of maybe a little bit of the no-name stuff with them, but yeah. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Ryan Poles sits there.
I love it.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
QB off the board. QB off the board.
Is it Sanders?
Nope.
It's not.
Louisville.
Oh, Tyler Shugg.
Yep.
The Saints taking Tyler Shugg. Hey, we called that shit to start. Let's go. Yep. Shout out us.
Yep.
We did. Yep. We said Shador is not the next best quarterback, and he's still not the next best QB.
Yep. I mean, how much of a chip does this put on his shoulders, though? Everything else going on, you're told all last year, all your freshman year in Jackson State, your first year in Colorado, your junior year in Colorado, that you're a top 5 pick. You're going to go in the top 5. You're one of the best college quarterbacks. You're going to go number 1. And then Cam Ward overtakes him as and then he drops completely out of the first round. What kind of chip does that put on your shoulder?
I don't think it puts a chip on his shoulder. I think it's demoralizing, dude. Because because there's guys that had, better arm talent, like Rosen, who we were all, I think there was a lot of people in Buffalo thought Rosen, and the Rosen's everyone's going to pay for passing over me. The dude's not even in the league anymore, bro.
Yeah. Good luck, bro.
Get out of here. I don't think Sanders has what it takes to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And I think we're seeing it right now. A weak quarterback class, and he is now 3 quarterbacks have been drafted before him. So,
yep. So real quickly before you go ahead and read that.
Yes. Student, a chip. It's more of a reality check when your father isn't playing the Sherpa and the Sultan. Boom, baby.
Real quick, here is the entire Bears offensive line or offense, since we were just talking about that. Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Luther Burden, Cole Kmet, Colson Loveland. Left tackle, Braxton Jones. Left guard, Joe Tooney. Center, Drew Dahlman. Right guard, Jonah Jackson. And right tackle, Darnell Wright.
Shame on me. I did not include the Bears going out and grabbing some offensive linemen already. So shame on me for my last take. They did address some of that. And you know what, dude? It's an arms race in the AFC North right now. Look at Minnesota's offensive weapons. Look at Detroit's offensive weapons. Green Bay's offensive weapons. Holy shit.
Do you think JJ McCarthy is going to succeed more than Caleb Williams? Let me ask you that.
Oh, dude, I liked the rawness that I saw from Caleb Williams last year. He had some bad games, but he threw for 300, 400 yards a couple times. He's not scared to chuck the ball down the field. I don't think McCarthy can operate in a high-powered offense like Minnesota is. I don't know that he's a slinger like that. He didn't have to do that at Michigan, And I have him on one of my dynasty teams.
We saw it with Josh Allen last year. Just get it into your playmakers' hands. You don't have to do anything else.
The Bills traded. Did they not?
I don't know.
Yeah, the Bills are on the clock. We're showing Bills on the clock from Chicago.
Okay.
Confirmed.
What are they coming up to take right now?
Bills on the clock is what I'm seeing on ESPN right now. The draft tracker from Chicago does not say what the trade was. Ooh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yep, it is Buffalo. I can confirm it on NFL Network. The Bills
are they going to grab Mike Green?
Stud's going to go in the lake.
They're not trading up to take Trey Amos. I tell you that much.
No, they are not.
Dude, there's some good talent left here.
What are we looking at here?
Eric Wood called it. Per student. So Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, or how about
Landon Jackson?
That's who it was?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying Landon Jackson, the kid that they loved,
Shamar Turner, Darius Alexander.
Holy shit. Hold on. 56, 62, 109.
What's what he gave up?
For 41, 72, and 240. So they got back a third. So basically it's just pick swapping all over the place for them. And it looks like they got a seventh as well.
They did have to move up 15 spots in a very coveted area. So giving up those two and getting 70 back. You know what, Matt? I'm okay with that. That. I don't like that we had to give up 109, or whatever it was, but man, this is electric. Who are we going to
take?
What
are we doing?
Who do you think?
I don't know what they would trade up for here. Honestly, I don't.
It's got to be D-line, dude. It's got to be.
Yeah, it's got right. It has to be. Like, I don't know what else is on the board.
There's no way they would take Ravel, Johnson, or Amos, right? Because we already just got Hairston. There's no way they would do.
No, I don't think there's any way that they can take a corner again.
Leaped 15 spots. They have to love someone. Student, you're
and
absolutely right.
Who's around them? New York Jets, San Francisco, Dallas, Indy. I mean,
it's got to be D-line because all those teams, I know Dallas definitely needs some D-line. San Fran already took one. The Jets can definitely use some.
I mean,
holy shit.
And also, let's remember, Lee Evans is announcing the pick.
Ooh.
And the pick is in.
Pick is in. Dun, dun,
so
dun.
Who are we picking, Buffalo? Who are we picking?
It's D-line, dude. I'm telling you right now, it's D-line. I like Ezeraku from Boston College. I like Mike Green.
What do you think about What do you think about somebody like Xavier Watts if they were to trade up for a safety?
Watts is one of my favorite safeties in this draft, dude. He was sick at Notre Dame, and he's a ball hawk.
Here you go. We were correct. It is defensive line. They have drafted TJ Sanders.
Whoa. TJ Sanders.
Out of South Carolina.
Oh, I don't know how to feel about this, Matt. I don't know how to feel about this. Shamar Turner up there, Norman Lott up there. 6'4", 297 out of South Carolina. He's a defensive tackle.
291 pounds. He's 21 years old.
Small.
Just fits that mold that they like in their play, in their defensive 3-tech defensive tackles. So who knows what they're gonna do? I mean, maybe Sean McDermott's talking out of both sides of his mouth again. So never know.
Dude, I don't know. He had 4 sacks in 24, 4.5 sacks in 23, 29 solo tackles in 24, 28 solo tackles in 23.
Here we go. Got this here for you. I want to pull this up here for you. He has an 8.55 RAS. Did not run the 40. He is 6'3", almost 6'4". He did have an okay shuttle and 3-cone at 5.98. He did not bench. His vertical was 31.5, and his broad jump was 9 feet 4 inches.
Decent RAS score, but he didn't bench. He didn't run a 40. The bench thing is concerning.
Yeah, that's
a metric I like to see.
Too.
I like to see that for a D line.
Yeah. That's a metric I like to see out of a defensive lineman, defensive tackle. But it kind of. Yep. There you go.
Student, but mostly teacher. Witty as they come. Yep. Pulp Fiction type of plot as he's the first Sanders off the board. God bless non-linear things. I don't like it, Matt. I'm telling you right now, I don't like the pick.
That's fine. I'm not like. Here's the thing: if you're gonna grab a guy like this, that means you know, and especially if you made that trade, you absolutely love this cat. Number one. Number two, you have so many picks at the end. They didn't give up any of their 4th, 5th, or 6th. They literally pick swap 62 to 72. So they lost 10 spots there. So now they're in the 3rd round instead of the 2nd. Fine. I'm fine with all that. So if they absolutely love this kid, but if they do not take a bigger 1-tech in the 3rd or in the 4th, then I don't like this pick as much. So it depends on what they do in the rest of the draft, right?
Yeah.
The Jets are selecting Mason Taylor out of LSU, tight end. So
okay.
they now get their target for whoever for Justin Fields.
I think that Elijah Arroyo, that 6'5", 250 tight end from Miami, was rated a little bit higher, but Mason Taylor is still a strong tight end, 6'5", 251.
And you know who's a steal this year for tight end? Is Harold Fanning.
From Bowling Green.
Fannin. Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna be a good one in the NFL, at least for pass catching. Does leave a little bit to be desired with blocking, but he that's also a teachable trait as well in that as well. And if the Bills were to take him later on down the board, great. I'm perfectly happy, but I don't think he's
tight
gonna
end
be there.
Get out of Knox's contract.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even getting out of Knox's contract because they need a 3rd tight end at some point. They have Zach Davidson. But
our 3rd tight end needs to be someone like Hugh Morris that could play special teams and stuff. And Fannin, I don't think is that guy. Fannin led the FBS in receptions and receiving yards last year per game. He wouldn't be that player, in my opinion, to fill our tight end 3 role. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying 3rd tight end, not necessarily tight end 3. Like, sure. Because you have different, you could have 14 X receivers and 1 Z, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's how it would be, but I'm just saying you can.
Kincaid keeps dropping balls. Put him on special teams, dude.
You got to get Josh as much talent around him as possible, and continue with the everybody eats, because clearly that's not going anywhere. Truly,
Hey,
that's not going anywhere.
I may not like that pick as much, but shout out the Bills going defense. Defense. I'm on board with that. I don't love the pick. They absolutely love this kid. Moving up 15 spots early in the second round, you have to love this kid.
Right.
Have to. Student and you dead nuts on that take right there. Ah, man. Jake just texted TJ Sanders. Thanks, Jake. Must not be watching the show. I just what so you did a lot of draft stuff, Matt. Was Sanders better than Darius Alexander from Toledo?
I had Darius Alexander as the third defensive tackle in the draft. They must have liked what they saw out of him, him going to South Carolina, playing the better competition at South Carolina, rather than somebody like a Darius Alexander in playing in Toledo. So I'm not in that draft room or anything like that. I'm not the one putting their board together. So all I can think of is they liked him better because of maybe because of talent, maybe because he stops the run a little bit better. But I feel as though TJ Sanders has a little bit of like pad level issue. He doesn't always get the lowest that he possibly can, which you need when you're trying to anchor. But if he's going in as a 3 tech, you don't necessarily need that there as the 3 tech.
Right.
But because I don't want that, like if they're using him and replacing Daquan Jones with TJ Sanders, which I don't think is happening, so don't take it that way or anything like that. But if they were to be replacing Daquan Jones with TJ Sanders, it's a completely different. Then you gotta hate the pick there. But his versatility at 291 to play basically at Oliver's spot, rush the passer, I think he's in a better position to do that than what a Darius Alexander is with this team. And again, it comes down to fit. Best available when available. Versus
I also think
draft or development, so on and so forth.
Shamar Turner was another one that I probably would have taken before him from Texas A&M. Dude is a stud.
Yeah,
it was between those three. If you're going between those three, though, for me, TJ Sanders is 3 out of 3. I don't know. I just do not like that pick.
Yeah, and like I said, it's going to depend on. It's one of those picks because he is a fit for this team. It really comes down to the simple fact of what else is going to happen in the draft, right? If they take in the 4th round tomorrow at 162 or whatever they have, if they take a Deion Walker to play that 1 tech spot, or if Alfred Collins lasts, or they take a CJ West.
Alfred Collins, that dude, he's like Poona Ford 2.0, dude. He's just a big bowling ball.
Mm-hmm. But again, they didn't use Poona Ford correctly either, and he did an awesome job with the Chargers last year. Looked like we were talking about with UPL, with the Sabres. Poona Ford made that 1 year with the Bills look like an outlier. So
talk me off the ledge here, Matt. Student's in the lake right now. He definitely doesn't have any cell phone service. Whittle needs that new TV from Goodell, as we were talking about. I need to know what these guys are thinking right now. San Fran is on the clock as we digest this pick.
I'm trying to see who they have announcing the pick. So
pick is in. Who did they take?
They
took Alfred Collins, dude. They took Alfred Collins. Oh,
there you go.
Shit.
There you go.
That's another reach, in my opinion, dude. What? Dude, Collins was like 3 or 4 more down the board for me. I mean, Omar Norman Lott, Shamar Turner, Darius Alexander. We just talked about him. Oh, man.
Hey, I have a question for you. I didn't see this. When did Saleh go back to the 49ers?
I think just within the last month he decided to go back there because he was like a consultant for Green Bay, I think, in
Yeah.
LaFleur, right? And
Okay.
yeah, I saw that he went back there. Dude, he was an awesome coordinator for them, and I think they need it, to be honest with you. I know
Well, and
there's
that
a lot
kind
of
of
turnover, but
that kind of seems why they're taking an Alfred Collins, a Michael Williams. They're getting back to what his defense needed. So
yep.
I get
Nastiness.
I get it. They put their board together, and that's where we are right now. I would have loved Alfred Collins on the Bills. The pick is in for the Cowboys. Looks like the Last Supper there at their table.
Might be for Jerry Jones, dude, any day.
I mean, he keeps looking like, in some ways, he keeps looking older and older, and then younger and younger. But I guess that's
Right.
that's the great thing about being a billionaire. The Cowboys have selected your guy out of Boston College.
I think that's a great pick. Izaraku.
Yep.
I think that's a great pick for them, dude. He could play opposite of Parsons, right?
What's that? Say that one more time. Yes.
Could play
yes,
opposite Parsons.
He could play opposite Parsons, and if they do not re-sign Micah Parsons and only play one, have him play on his last year, maybe that's the replacement for Micah Parsons. You never know.
This kid's sick, man. He's 6'3", 248 out of Boston College. Led the FBS in sacks with 16 and a half last year. A little undersized, but long arms. And he's all over the place, man. That's a great pick for Dallas. I like that.
Yep, and
Good
real
for
quick,
them.
I do have his Raz card up here. He is an 8.28,
Nice.
but again,
Ooh.
he did not do the bench and he did not do the 40-yard dash, but his shuttle and cone were elite. 4.19 on the shuttle, 6.94 on the 3 cone. He did have a 9.11 broad jump, and he had a 35.5-inch vertical.
Yeah, those are all good stats here. What do you make of Mike Green, the edge from Marshall, just falling down the draft board? I mean, he
Hold
had
on.
a ton of okay.
If you want to not be talked off the ledge, students already watching film on him, and the cat's pet level in watching him right now needs to be corrected day one. Good Lord.
That's okay. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. I just don't think it's oh man. If the Bills that I'm going to be so pissed when there was clearly good talent on the board around there. And I know it's listen, we can get as worked up as we want to about draft picks, and you shouldn't just analyze it, but when it's Bills, that's what we do. We overreact. So
see, and that's the thing. I'm not overreacting to it until I see the rest of the draft, because I get it. You need other spots on. They want to have, they if they have injuries or anything like that, they want to make sure they have somebody that can step in. We have to sit here and remember, Ogunjobi is not available for the first 6 weeks of the season. Michael Hoyt is not available for the first 6 weeks of the season. So you need somebody that's going to replace Ogunjobi behind his Carter. Behind Carter and behind Oliver, that's going to be able to play in there in that 3-tech spot until Ogunjobi gets back.
Do you know who Ogunjobi's comp in this draft is? Darius Alexander, who's on the board. Now, okay, so picture this, though. Hoke, how do you pronounce it? You pronounce it Hoke? Hoyt, sorry. Hoyt and Ogunjobi do come back. And now, things are looking a lot better with fresh legs week 7. They got to keep it interesting, don't they? They got to keep it interesting.
And that's the thing. Like, you're going to have a kid like that learn from an Ogunjobi. You're going to have him learn from an Ed Oliver. You're going to have, him learning from a Daquan Jones in there. Maybe get him to put on a couple extra LBs and play it, 310 or 305, something like that, rather than the 291 that he's at right now. And maybe you turn, you put that into muscle instead of like a typical, defensive linemen, just having them eat cheeseburgers, right? I mean, and with that being said, I really think if you get him to play just like Hairston, if you get him to play, maybe 10 pounds heavier, you're going to have a good balance there. And I think that he's going to be a better playing weight there. And maybe they see a little versatility there to kind of go over to, that Daquan Jones spot. And then also in there with Ed Oliver, who knows? I'm not McDermott. I'm not Bean. I don't know what they're thinking.
We'll find out after tonight with the little press conference.
Colts have selected Ohio State defensive end JT. Hold on, JT Tuimoloau.
Whoa!
I had a 3rd round grade on him. I don't know,
dude. That is a shock. What are they doing?
I don't know. This draft is drunk this year. I don't know. I mean, like,
what are they thinking?
Yeah, but I mean, with that being said, I mean, it's student just said he loves that Kyle Williams is coaching at LSU, his alma mater. Definitely a good thing. Hopefully, he gets some lessons there and then comes in for the Bills and is their defensive line coach at some point. Never know. But I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what these teams are doing this year. I mean, it's like they have their own board and it's completely different from everybody else's board. So,
yeah.
Because
what we heard a lot of.
Yeah, what's that?
We heard a lot of from like picks 20, 25 through like 75. I saw a lot of people just saying these guys' comps at all these positions are very close. Yep. So I think that's why we're seeing so much, just randomness in this draft. Because I mean, I like Jordan Birch better than JT. Obviously, Mike Green is on the board still. What are we missing with Mike Green that he just keeps getting passed over?
I think it had something to do with some allegations or something. I don't get into that stuff. I don't know what's going on with him or anything like that. I don't touch on that stuff. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe Amos is still on the board. I can't believe Will Johnson is still on the board. Mike Green is still on the board. He was one of the best pass rushers in all of the NCAA last year.
Playing out of Marshall.
But so did Randy Moss.
That's true. Deion Dawkins played out of Temple. I mean, listen, there are guys, right? If and it's funny, you're looking at the best overall players available. Mike Green from Marshall, Darius Alexander, Toledo, Siobhan Revel, East Carolina. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not all the big name schools all the time, clearly, right?
No, not at all.
Oh, man.
Wow. Another tight end went off the board to the Rams.
Okay.
Terrence Ferguson.
Arroyo? Ferguson. Yeah,
Ferguson,
okay.
Out of Oregon.
Oregon's all-time leader in tight end receptions with 134 and receiving touchdowns. Fastest 40 time with tight ends at the combine and the quickest 10-yard split. Mm-hmm. Sorry if I stole some of your thunder there.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Dude, 6'5", 247. Holy shit.
Yeah.
These tight ends are massive.
Yeah, they're starting to be those big guys nowadays, and it's starting to become they're starting to be these pass catching tight ends where they're the big receivers, you think about receivers of old, like your Anquan Boldens or your David Bostons or your, that used to be like the receiver. Now
Tony Gonzalez.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're sliding those guys into a tight end role rather than that, big blocking role. And they're slimming down and being taller, and they're being able to get downfield and catch the ball. And, that trend started a couple years ago, but I mean, it's definitely something that, I mean, we have Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox. So like those two are very similar in height and weight.
Yeah, good fits for our offense. I
Yeah.
wish, I was getting flamed in my group chat the other day because the guys are coming after Dalton Kincaid and how high we picked him and stuff. And he can't control, he only got so many targets, and his catchable ball targets last year were terrible, So I think Kincaid is going to be fine. He was injured. Give him a little bit of time, dude. Like he's not going to come in and be Kelsey. And I said he had one of the best rookie seasons of all time in the group chat, in different group chat, by the way. And these guys were all over me, dude. They were like, "What are you talking about?" Well, I mean, he had
Absolutely, he did. He was second
most
behind Sam
receptions.
Laporta. Yep, he was second behind Sam Laporta. That's it. Like,
yeah. I mean, so thank you. I mean, I just you got to give these guys time to develop a little bit.
well,
the Bills drafting perplexes me, man.
Hold that thought, because what we're gonna do first is we are gonna run. We're gonna switch to our sponsors real quickly. Let the video run. Give us a little bit of a break here, a little breather. After myself going 4 hours last night, and now already being on for an hour and a half. So, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to everybody joining us here. Here's our sponsors.
For the best Italian food in Western New York, Elliot Apollos, call 716-825-3675. The Lardon Construction Group.
Fubo TV, the official streaming service of Do Champions. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of Do Champions.
For all your summertime needs, beauty pools, as well as kayak pools.
CX Chronicles, your total customer solutions focused manager. W.GG, the official energy drink of Do Champions.
Hey, Sons of Erie, our artwork looks better on your walls. Hamburg Brewing, please visit our tap room on Boston State Road, Hamburg, New York. And finally,
Fat Boy Surf Club for all your surfing needs.
Well, welcome back. I'm just trying to get the ESPN2 draft coverage here on my TV behind me, so I can get things from both of them. And Fubo's being a little weird here, so let me turn that on here. And perfect, I got that going right now. Perfect. So now I have both of these to look at here. No more basketball. As much as it is playoffs,
Celtics are losing the Magic right now, and the Bucks and the Pacers are tied 4-4. If you listen to me, if you follow me on X, _Neffy, listen to me earlier in the show. I said play the Giannis ladder. Giannis has 4 points already. Milwaukee has 4 points.
Not to interrupt you, there goes Will Johnson to the Cardinals.
Yep. Hey, great pick by Arizona. Great pick.
Absolutely.
Dude, I think he's the number 2 corner behind Travis Hunter in this draft, even with the injury. Now, I'm not seeing what all these teams are seeing. There's a reason he slid so far. If you're Arizona and you need help right now, and you know that Will Johnson's knee is messed up, why not take Trey Amos, Matt?
Because Will Johnson is the better corner. They could feel he's the better corner. I don't think that way. I personally, my board was Hunter. My God, I'm drawing a blank here. Hold on, I have it written down. Hold on.
Corner.
Travis Hunter, Jahdae Barron, Trey Amos, Will Johnson, Siobhan Revelle, Maxwell Harrison, and Benjamin Morrison. So those are my rankings there. As far as corners go, I felt the best fit for the Bills was Trey Amos and Maxwell Harrison. So they were a little bit higher in my eyes that way. But for the Cardinals, they could have felt Will Johnson was the better corner. And if they figured, oh, hey, we're going to get 4 years out of him, 5 years out of him before the knee starts becoming an issue, that's helping them now, right? I mean, that's helping them now rather than, and in the second round, it's not as much of a reach as, say, where they were at 15. They could have wanted him at 15 and we're like, holy crap, he's still available at 47. Let's take him now. It's, we don't have 5 years of control with him, but let's see here. They have now added Walter Nolan and Will Johnson.
Yep. I got to be honest. This is the first draft in a long time where there's not a lot of teams making huge mistakes. I know these second round picks have been toss ups, and I maybe the Bills had just maybe made one, but I like a lot of what these teams are doing. When you start rattling off who they picked in the first round and the second round, I'm like, yeah, good players, good players. And one more talking point, real quick. I think it's interesting. This draft does not have as many polarizing players outside of maybe like Shador and Cam Ward. I think it's made people focus a little bit more on these other positions in the trenches, these corners. I think a lot more people know these second and third round picks than they do in the past. I'm seeing it everywhere, man, and I love to see that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I do too, and that's the thing is there, and I think you get a lot of that now with parity now in the NCAA and now in pro football or in the NFL, even in your minor league football with the UFL, right? Not that they're a minor league football system or anything like that, but hey, real quick, we were talking to Whittle last night, Whittle 2K from the Coast to Coast podcast. We actually have his partner on tonight with us. So let me introduce Beyond 716. How we doing tonight, Brian?
Hey, how you guys doing? What's going on?
What up?
So what's going on? So how we feeling? How we feeling about this? Don't mind me. I'm putting the draft on. I'm a little bit late tonight.
Jesse is very worried about TJ Sanders.
Okay.
I am more a wait and see on this to see what else they do because my thing of it is I get it. They don't have Ogunjobi. They don't have Hoyt for the first 6 weeks. So they needed somebody to kind of go in there and be, a replacement for one of those guys, right?
Okay.
But I want to see what more they do in the draft because they need that one tech. They need a true one tech nose tackle guy that's going to play, either heads up with the center or just off to his outside shoulder to get through there. So, I mean, it's just, to me, you don't take one of those guys in the second round. That's a third or fourth round or fifth round type player. Hopefully, Caldwell's there.
West is still. Sorry to interrupt you. Houston just traded up.
Houston's trading up
from Miami through Las Vegas. They traded up, correct? Am I seeing that?
Yes, correct. Houston has traded up. We'll see what that they take. I think this could be a spot for another cornerback with Will Johnson just going. So we'll definitely see what they're going to do with them having already taken Jaden Higgins earlier in the second round. So, but to get back to TJ Sanders real quickly, I think that it is. Oh, no, hold on. Texans have selected Minnesota offensive tackle Ariante Ursay.
They desperately needed offensive line in Houston.
Yep. And they just traded Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders, didn't they, earlier in the offseason?
I believe so.
Yeah. But to go back to TJ Sanders real quickly, I'm more in wait and see, and Jesse's a little bit more worried. Maybe, Jesse, you can tell Brian why you're a little bit more worried.
Sure.
I just think that there was better players available at the time. I liked Darius Alexander better. I liked Shamar Turner better. I even liked Omar Norman Lott better. I just didn't like TJ Sanders, and I would have taken Izaraku. I would have taken Edge or Mike Green before I took TJ Sanders. That's just me. As far as talent goes, need, and what do we call it? Waba or
Bawa. Best available when available.
Diggy. I didn't like that. That's just me. I just don't like what I saw from Sanders. But beyond, what do you think?
Well, I got to ask a question before we get into this. Dwayne Carter, is he a one tech or a three tech?
He's a three tech.
Because I guess the first part, listen, TJ Sanders has a violent side to him. He's good against the run. There's a lot of things you like about him. He's got long reach. He's, his RAS score was tremendous. We all know how Bean and the Bills value those RAS scores. My first thought, and this may be crazy, is this a precursor that Ed Oliver could be out of town sooner than we think? in terms of cap, I'm not trying to start, but you know what I mean? Like, or do the Bills just not believe in one techs as much as we think? I mean, a one tech, they're very limited in what they could do, right? And to spend that kind of draft capital to get a one tech, it's a lot. It's a big ask, right? So,
and that's where I'm at right now, because I think one techs, you take them, fourth or fifth round, third round, end of the third round, and that kind of is less draft capital, right? So you're not taking a swing, but you're not, for somebody who's on the field, maybe two downs a series, or not 2 downs a series, but first and second down, and coming off the field on third down, because that's an obvious passing situation. So you're trying to get that guy off the field and maybe get a Daquan Jones on the field to rush the passer. So sure, that's why I'm in wait and see mode on TJ Sanders, because what else are you going to do in the rest of the draft? Because we heard Sean McDermott at the owners meeting. He got specifically asked, hey, you saw what Philly did against them. Do you plan on do you want to get any bigger? Yes, it's a big need. We need to get bigger inside. So that tells me they want somebody, and that's not TJ Sanders. TJ Sanders is actually smaller than Ed Oliver. He's smaller than Daquan Jones. He's smaller than Dwayne Carter.
It's about what, 6'4", 300 maybe? 6'4", 280, 295? About
he's 6'3", 291.
6'3", 291. All right. So yeah, it's a little surprising. I figured once I heard there was a trade up, maybe it was gonna be Alfred Collins. Yeah, that was my first thought. Or if we were targeting a wide receiver. I mean, the one thing about the trade that I do like, guys, is that we got, and I'm looking at it now, we did get pick 72 this year. So we still have another pick for this year. We did dip into 2026 capital. It's not the worst trade I've ever heard in terms of draft capital.
Well,
right? We didn't,
when it comes down to it, we moved up 15 spots. So we basically swapped 56 for 41. We dropped down 10 spots from the second round to the third round, and then we gave them a fourth round pick for a seventh round pick.
Yeah, the one thing I keep coming back to is, I can't remember if it was someone on ESPN kept talking about the evaluations and just how different it is this year from other years, right? And the differences between players 15 and 40 or 50-50 is really, it may just be like this, right? So
we were just talking
maybe
about
that's
that.
just
Good
one of those
out.
things where, I'm going to trust a general manager that is absolutely one of the best in the game. He's one of the best in the sports, period. He's one of the best in professional North American sports. Let's go further than that, right? And is Brandon Beane perfect? No, right? Howie Roseman's the best GM in the business, right? Philadelphia.
Yes,
he makes
absolutely.
weird. He's had some misses. He makes
Jahad
misses.
Campbell, though? Oh,
yeah,
my God. How do these guys just keep falling to him? It drives me nuts.
Howie's got this spell. He's like the Grandmaster Wizard. Like, he just puts these spells on teams, and they somehow get there. But the Bills, listen, I'm okay with this draft so far. I agree with what Matt was saying, though. I think we need to see everything in totality at the end. I was a little mixed on the Hairston pick last night, to be honest with you. But the more I read about it, the more I think about it. Okay, the run coverage part. Will and I were really enamored with Trey Amos, and I know, Matt, you were too, right? So I think that was part of my disappointment, was that we didn't get Amos. That's what led to my disappointment of Hairston, and also the elephant in the room, the little, the allegations, which are, you always got to take seriously. That's we all agree there, but it sounds like it's not anything that
never went to court. I said I don't. I said we don't. Yeah. I said we don't touch on allegations or anything like that until they're of solid things.
Absolutely.
But just real quick, his allegations: he got accused of SA a couple years ago. His first year on social media, there was nothing ever coming of it. So let's give the kid a chance. Let's leave everything aside. If anything more comes out about it, we can then at that point take a look at that. But as of right now, as it sits right now, there's really nothing we can.
Now, if I may, real quick, guys. I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, you're good.
Do you think with Dorian Williams coming into his own last year as a tackling machine, and our love to play, we do like to play three linebackers at times, right? Do you think that actually frees us up a little bit to maybe not have the hardest hitting cornerback and switch it up for some speed coverage instead?
Well, so here's what happens whenever you play three linebacker, right? It means Taron Johnson's coming off the field.
Right.
And Taron Johnson, as we know, is one of the best nickel cornerbacks in the NFL. One of the best tackling nickel cornerbacks. Yes, he misses tackles every once in a while, but who doesn't? And that's kind of how I feel with Hairston is tackling is a coachable trait. The part that I like about Hairston is his willingness to get his head in there. And, the thing that put him lower on my board at 6 is the shoulder injury. But I still thought he was the second best fit for the Bills. And it just really, which do you like better? The floor or the upside? The floor or the ceiling? And then they went with the ceiling. So him potentially having a higher ceiling. So that's kind of where I'm at with the Harrison thing. He was third on my list as far as, it was Amos, Grant, and then Harrison. So
real quick, guys, Cincinnati just took linebacker out of South Carolina, Demetrius Knight Jr.
Like that pick. I like that pick for them. Yeah, I like that pick a lot for them.
I do too. Beyond, any thoughts on him?
Solid. I mean, Cincinnati needs a lot of help with their defense. I mean, privately, I hope they don't get a lot of help because they'll be dangerous if they get that defense back towards the top, and they're going to be another team that we got to get through in the AFC. But yeah, you got to give them credit. I mean, their first round pick, I'm a little questionable on. He's very raw. He's a boomer bust kind of guy to me. It could be one of those picks where you look back and say, wow, how in the world did Cincinnati get him? Or he's going to be an afterthought. It's really just hard to say on how that's going to go.
Shamar Stewart, edge out of Texas A&M is who Beyond is referring to.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart. The thing about grabbing Sanders here, I know some people are going to say maybe we could have gotten him at 56. Would you guys both agree that some of these D tackles are going a little higher than we anticipated? I mean, did we think Tyleik Williams was going to go before 30? I didn't.
Exactly.
So I think that Bean probably sees the writing on the wall here. The depth at D tackle only goes so far in this draft. He says, hey, I got to get my guy. And I'm telling you, my first thought, guys, is I think this is a sign about Ed Oliver. I think this has a lot to do with him. I don't think it has. I feel it in my gut that this is why we took him. And I'm not sure, Neffy, if you feel the same way or Matt, it's odd we didn't take a one tech. But why did they move up so hard for this guy? And what does that say? They may be,
Are you saying after his contract in 27, or are you thinking cut candidate after 25?
Now, I'm not sure what his numbers are in terms of dead cap and all that stuff, so I can't comment on it. But it was just that first thought. It's like, it's interesting.
It is interesting. Bean loves to do stuff like that, man. He's always thinking 3 steps ahead to AD chess.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's a possibility. So, but Hairston, you bring up a good point. Okay. He does miss tackles. Yeah, I saw that post from someone on Cover One about missed tackles, and I get that. Listen, but like you said, Neffy, maybe if the rest of our defense is sound, if we have to rely on him to make tackles in the run game, then we got bigger problems than we realize.
That's what I think.
Right. So I think that's really the big thing from my vantage point.
And the other thing that I was saying to Jesse earlier in the show is, as far as that goes, the Bill, all these corners have to do is get there and hold the guy up because the Bills play a swarming D where they're going towards the ball. So, you hold them up for a second, you're going to have 2 linebackers and a defensive tackle on him as well, trying to make the tackle with him. So it's not like he has to, yes, they're going to ask him to make open field tackles every once in a while, but also let's say, with his speed, with his ceiling, his upside, if he knocks that ball out or picks it off, he doesn't have to make a tackle, right?
Yep, absolutely.
There's that. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Shedeur, not to use subject, but Shedeur Sanders has still not been picked. Am I seeing that correct?
You are seeing that correct.
Wow.
And what did you get? What line did you take on that, Jesse?
So I bet Shador Sanders would not be picked in the second round. I got it at 4-1, so plus 400. Shador not to be picked in the second round. We were talking a little bit earlier beyond that. Shug and Milrow, in my opinion, are above Shador in my rankings. Matt was in agreement with that. How do you feel about Shador?
Thing about Shador is when you are a quarterback that said something about I'm picky on where I want to play. Okay. If you're John Elway or Eli Manning and you're a number one pick, you could get away with that, right? If you're an absolute number one guy, right? Remember Eli went to San Diego, then didn't want to play for them and got to the Giants. And John Elway didn't want to play for it. Who was it for? Indianapolis, right? And then he went to Denver, if I remember. I'm dating myself here.
Didn't Jim Kelly not want to play for the Bills either?
Oh,
yeah, and
Jim
he went
Kelly.
to the Houston Gamblers.
Oh, Jim Kelly was very anti-Buffalo. But
Right?
that's what, but what is Jim Kelly's famous line? Buffalo's a place you hate to go to, but then you hate to leave. I mean, that's a great line. I always like that line because it's kind of true. Buffalo is a place. I'm not from Buffalo, guys. My dad is. I'm from New Jersey. I live in California, but I have always had a lot of great things to say about Buffalo. Like, it's one of those things that you just have to be there and understand the dynamic of Western New York to really understand it. But
Hate to interrupt real quick. Seahawks selected Miami tight end Elijah Arroyo.
They are
Dude's a
cleaning
beast.
up, man. They are cleaning up. Seattle is always a pretty good drafting team. They've always drafted pretty solid.
It does feel is this the same GM that's been there even under Carroll?
John Schneider. It's not John Schneider, isn't it?
It's good.
Up there?
The fact that they got Nicky Mawardi the second round, that's almost a borderline felony. I mean, that's unbelievable to get that guy so late. I mean,
Yeah, I like what Seattle's doing there. We were talking about this. I like what a lot of these teams are doing. They grabbed Gray Zabel, Nick Eamon-Mori, and now Elijah Arroyo.
Very solid.
I like those. I like those, man.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
Who's their? Yeah, they got Sam Darnold now.
Yep.
But listen, they're still a very good football team. I mean, they're going to be very competitive.
I like no wide receivers.
Who are the receivers now? Well, they got JSN.
That's it. Lockett just went to Tennessee.
Carolina, Tennessee. Yeah.
He's gonna be
real quick breaking stuff. Hold on.
Ooh.
Panthers traded up with Denver and addressed pass rush. They're taking Texas A&M defensive end Nick Scourton.
Okay.
One.
Right.
Yep. Good pick there.
Yeah. Are you guys surprised how many experts hate their pick at 8 this year? Did you guys like that pick for Carolina?
I didn't.
Yeah,
I
like
didn't
the need.
at all.
I feel the need, and he seems like a great kid. Comes from a good background. Good
He's a
family
good player.
structure. Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, Tet is honestly, I think I had him as the number one receiver in the draft. But how much does he like football? How much is he going to be? Is he going to actually put his willingness to play on the field? How well is he going to do? And that's where we have to look at, and that's where a lot of the experts are against him is that how much does he actually love the game? That's what it comes down to. And we heard this year a lot of teams this year had years past had only two things that would take players off their board completely.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being allegations, things like that. The other being, I can't remember what the other one is, but there's now a third category that started this year. And because of NIL deals and everything, it's the love of the game.
Yep. I was just going to, you're reading my mind, man. I was thinking about that. You read that, what Glazer said about that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is absolutely crazy to me that now they're actually taking guys off their board because they don't love football. Shouldn't that have been something that's been done all of draft, all of football anyways?
Mm-hmm.
In general, that should have been one of the precursor categories to, hey, do you love the game of football?
Yeah. Well, I forget what player said it or somebody said it. I don't know if you guys, somebody said you'd be surprised how many players really don't love the sport they play in.
I heard that too, and I can't remember who said it.
What I mean is they don't go home and watch football like we would, or baseball or hockey, or whatever. They just were blessed with such great talent that it's something that they found themselves into, and they can make a lot of money from it. Now, Josh Allen's not like that, obviously.
Hockey players aren't like that either.
Not usually.
We have
You're right.
real quickly. And then I know you gotta go, Jess. So Titans we have a run on defensive ends on pass rushers. Titans are selecting UCLA defensive end Olufemi Oladeji.
My guy.
Wow. Hey,
like
I got to hear before I go. And Matt, it's been awesome coming up on 2 hours. Shout out Matt for going 4 hours last night and just a stalwart, just going for hours again tonight. Matt loves the game so much. Matt not only plays football, but he watches it like we were just talking about. Beyond,
Matt is
what
like
is
the
your
Cal
take?
Ripken of podcasters. He just has that durability, man. He just
Why
keeps
is
going.
Mike Green falling so far? Why is Mike Green falling so far? And then
because
I'll get out of here.
GMs came to their senses. I'll leave it at that. So
see, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I was never huge on him. I thought that, and when I saw some Bills creative people out there that do mocks saying we're going to take Mike Green or move up Mike Green, like, wait, did we teleport back a few years ago? We didn't have good edge rushers, and our edge rushers aren't the problem. We saw it this year in the AFC title game, guys. It was the fact we couldn't hold our coverage against Kansas City's. We need playmakers, guys. We need dogs. And that's the one thing I like about Sanders. He's got a little bit of a violent game. We need –
He better.
I've given this analogy before. You know what the Bills' defense is? Clayton Kershaw. You a baseball fan?
Oh, yeah.
Clayton Kershaw is an amazing pitcher.
He's a champion.
Great in regular season. But you know what happens when he gets to the playoffs? When you start painting those corners – okay, guess what happens? The great hitters start digging in, ball, right? And then his record in the playoffs is about 500.
Yeah,
kind of sounds like Sean McDermott defensively in the playoffs, right? You can only fool the greats so long, with the skies. Isn't Sean's a master at it, right? But that's when you need the talent. This is why we need the talent. This is what I'm glad we're doing this year. And okay, maybe Harrison has some flaws in it, but he's so talented. He's so athletic. We're bringing in athletes. We need raw talent. This is the kind of draft we need, and I hope they get another one here. Where do you guys think we're going with our third round pick? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know. At this
Neffy,
point
any
right
call
now, wide receiver.
Yeah. Wide receiver.
How about there's still some really good running backs left? And 72 is not a bad spot for a running back.
Ooh, a precursor to a James Cook deal.
Just really put it out there. James Cook wants 15-20 million. Good luck. We just got another guy to go with our already two good running backs. See you, Jimmy. But it's going to depend.
So are you in the?
It's going to depend who's on the board.
James Cook camp.
He wants too much money, in my opinion. He's on the field 30-40% of the time, and he wants Saquon Barkley money. He scored all those touchdowns. I get it, but how much of that is he a product of the system, man? I mean, I like Ray Davis, and I like that we have the best third down back in the league with Ty Johnson. We'll make it work without him. I promise.
I know this is a wild take, but Frank Gore Jr. showed a little bit last year too. I know it was only preseason, but he's had another year to develop. Maybe,
and I like James Cook. I like James Cook. The cap is going up too, so we'll see what happens. But I don't know what we're going to do at 72. It's really going to depend who's left. There's a ton of guys that I love on the board still.
Yeah.
We'll see who's available when it comes to there. But I mean, Matt, you were saying wide receiver. Who would you take wide receiver there?
Depends on who's on the board, but you got players like Jalen Royals at this point. You got Trey Harris. You got Kyle Williams. You got I'm trying to think. Torrey Horton out of Colorado. I mean, so there's plethora of different choices you could make depending.
A little
on
too high for Isaac Tesla, you think? From
I think so. I think he's more fourth, end of fourth, early fifth.
I'll leave you guys. I'll leave you guys with this. And just to put a nail in the coffin, Xavier Watts would be my pick at 72, safety from Notre Dame if he's there.
All right, and before you leave, two things. First and foremost, the Bucks selected cornerback Benjamin Morrison. So Benjamin Morrison is now off the board. Second, after Jesse gets out of here, Brian, you can have the screen.
Yep.
But Jesse, give us what you got coming up with the network and what you got going on.
Yeah, so No One to Blame is kind of on a little hiatus right now, taking care of some personal stuff. But we will be back here in a couple months. We're going to be doing NFL preview from a betting standpoint. We go through every division. We go through every place every team is going to play in. We give out our AFC, our NFC winners, our Super Bowl winners, and then we get into fantasy on No One to Blame, Dynasty, One and Done, DFS. We're going to be getting into all of it. Me and my co-host Kevin. We're going to have on Jake. We'll probably have on Matt Beyond if you want to get in on it. We're going to have on Don.
Send me a message. Let me know.
Yeah.
Make something happen.
It's a huge thing. And as far as No One to Blame, we are going to be having some football contests coming up this fall. So a lot of good stuff coming, man. We're excited. Probably a new date and showtime. A lot to be discussed. Long off season for Dew as it is for the Bills. Guys, I really appreciate you having me on. I always love talking football with you. You guys are great. Thank you to all our sponsors. And, go Bills.
Go Bills. Have a good night, Jesse.
Good to be seen, guys. Later.
Hey, have a good one. That was awesome. You know what I wanted to tell Jesse before he left?
What's that?
If we get Xavier Watts, I will see you in Santa Clara in February.
I 100% agree with that. I am here for that, and
I'm telling you right now, that would be an absolute amazing
for the next 5 years. Him and Cole Bishop would be, that's your Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde. Like it is. It truly is.
I mean, we now have two defensive tackles with tremendous RAS scores, extremely athletic. Sanders gives us a little bit of a different element than Ed Oliver does. What's up, Don? Just wanted to say hello to you there. I see Don S saying what's up. So, welcome here. And anybody out there, you want to make some comments, let us know how you feel about the picks. I mean, want to elicit some feedback. Right.
Well, I gotta tell you this one real quick, Brian. So we the last couple nights, Real Deal Prime has joined us the last couple of nights in the comments. So
he came on. He was on the coast as well. It was great.
Yeah. So I told him to look forward till tomorrow. Jesse and I took like 5 minutes and talked hockey since he was a former goaltender in junior.
He was on our. Remember meeting him at the bottom 1 week. It was great.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. So definitely keep it close here with Dew Champions. You got Coast to Coast. We talked to Whittle last night. You got Beyond here. Coast to Coast Wednesday nights at 9.
Can I imitate Whittle last night when I saw it?
Oh my God! How funny was that?
I almost got a screenshot and said I got to send this to him. And said,
we had
be your new avatar.
Don had a Whittle word counter. He said he said 26 words after Maxwell Harrison got drafted instead of Trey Amos.
Yeah. It really matters what his little thing. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Oh man, when I saw that, I said that was amazing. But I think we're doing very well. It keeps coming back to, we do a lot of analyzing these drafts, right? And when you do that, you start scouting players. You start getting, I don't want to say, I'm not a very stubborn person with players, but we love Trey Amos, right? We think about it. Hey, we're sitting there at 30, and you're just thinking, wow, we're gonna get him. Like, it's perfect. We didn't have to trade up, right? And then we took Hairston. It doesn't mean that it's a bad pick. It just you have to just let things. You got to give it a little time. That's what I say to everybody. And like Matt said perfectly earlier, you got to let the whole process play out. We got to see what everything looks like when it's all said and done, the finished product. So, can't stress that enough.
That's really what it comes down to. And, something that's already a finished product, maybe not so much of a finished product is the Buffalo Sabres, which we will be talking about tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in the morning.
And what we're going to get into a lot tomorrow, Matt, just to give a teaser?
I don't want to know. know.
No, listen, the press conference. So we're going to dive into that press conference. And believe me, The spice will be extra spicy tomorrow. It will be global thermonuclear style on the Buffalo Sabres organization tomorrow. So
Just wanted to tip this pick real quickly. The Packers have selected NC State offensive tackle Anthony Belton. He is a mammoth tackle, 6'6", 336.
Ooh, all right.
So
Okay. I wasn't. It's crazy about Green Bay. I wasn't in love with their first pick. I don't understand Jordan. I mean, they have enough receivers. I think that they're good at one receiver. I would have went another direction. I would help the defense out a little bit or something else. But that's just my opinion. I don't know the Packers as well as other people do, but I mean, I like the player. I just wasn't. Seems like an overkill to me. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
If we walked away from our next two picks with Watts and Trey Harris, is Whittle back on board? I don't know. Whittle, listen, I think he's going to start warming up a little bit to Hairston. I think, again, it just comes down to Whittle puts a lot of time. And I will tell you this, for anybody that listens to our pod, Whittle forgets more about the draft than I know. I'll be the first to tell you. I have other strengths that I have that Whittle has he puts a lot of time into it, and he gives it a lot of thought. He's not one of these guys that just throws something out there for farming engagement or whatever you call it, right? To let me just get a rise out of people. But no. Whittle puts a lot into it and really thinks about a lot of the needs of his team. And we just don't put content out there just to get people angry and making comments to you. We're trying to give you the best product. We try to teach you things about football. Understand, like we had the coach on that lives in Louisville, and he told us all about what a 1-tech is, what a 3-tech is, what a 5-tech is. It was a great, about certain plays that you see on the field.
Well,
and those are
hold on.
What we got?
Trey Harris goes off the board to Los Angeles Chargers.
Really? Well, Chargers are having a good draft. I like.
They absolutely are.
I like what they're doing. So that's a good deal.
Yeah, I mean it's becoming more and more of a Jim Harbaugh type team. I mean, they got somebody now that Trey Harris. I mean, is doesn't have like the straightaway speed like an Xavier Worthy, but he has on field speed, and he can get down the field. He's kind of similar to Josh Palmer a little bit, right? In that way where he can get open by his route running and things like that. Even though he's not the best route runner, he still knows how to get open. He can go down the field and make some plays. So definitely somebody that needs to improve when he gets to the NFL. But he has all the skill in the world.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, the Chargers are going to become a problem. Well, I'm still not sold on the quarterback, but they're going to be a problem coming up pretty soon. The AFC West in general is going to get a lot tighter this year. I think the Broncos. I'll tell you what, their corners. I mean, they're going to be a handful. When they get going.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that for a second. You want to talk about some of the the best cornerback room. Their nickel corner is now Jade Barron, however you say his name. You got Patrick Surtain, and then I'm drawing a blank on their other corner on the other side. But
that guy is almost a Pro Bowler. Oh, what is his name? I got to bring up their depth chart on there. So. You're way Riley Moss. You were way ahead of me on the draft, by the way. I'm on YouTube TV here.
Yeah.
And I'm just seeing the Chargers pick. Wait, it's Amos. I didn't even think about this. Is he still on the board?
Amos is still on the board.
Could you imagine? If we landed Amos with pick 72?
Yeah, it's
Or is that almost too much, right? It's a weird thing, but almost too much of the same thing. Kind of like what we talk about what the Sabres problem is, where they have too many of the same defenders. Similar thing, so I'm not sure if that would be the same.
Yeah, I mean, double dipping that. I almost said that completely the wrong way. Double dipping the nuts. Let's not go there. That's not this type of show.
As Little would say,
this isn't
pause,
OnlyFans. This isn't OnlyFans.
Pause.
But it would be absolutely nuts if the Bills would double dip. So I mean, that's definitely something that that could happen. You never know. But we'll definitely see what they do. The Bears selected with the 56th is Ozzy Trapillo, offensive tackle. So that little mini run of defensive edge rushers has kind of ended at this point. So
Yep.
So with that being said, I do want to bring up to the stage at this point the host of Buffalo Blueprint, and I'm going to take a quick break and let you guys have at it for a couple of seconds. So
okay, I'll go at it when you come back. I'll take a break, and then you guys can go at it, and I'll come back again. So we'll take
absolutely. So Jake, welcome in. Glad to have you. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and then get it going here.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me. Yeah, like you said, I'm the host of the Buffalo Blueprint on Sunday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, man, Whittle, Beyond, I'm always so used to talking to Whittle. We like never get a chance to actually talk to each other.
This is great.
So this is
nice.
awesome.
Yeah. It's a treat. Good to finally sort of meet you. I know of you, but you know what
right.
I see all the tweets and everything, but it's good to talk to you direct. So how let's get right into it. How are you feeling about what the Bills have done so far?
Good. I mean, I personally like both picks a lot. I think the only issue I had was I don't love the value of trading up the way they did for TJ Sanders, but that has nothing to do with the player himself. I really like the player. I like the fit. He's not. I know people like immediately jumped to it and they were like, "Oh, we have Ed Oliver." He's not like Ed Oliver I don't think at all. They're very different players. And so I really like the fit. He brings interior pass rush, which you can't have too much of. And so I really liked it. And then I thought Maxwell Harrison was a really good fit too. I think the tackling stuff is really, really overblown. I think a lot of that was the shoulder injury. He had an infection in his shoulder, and he came back too early. He wasn't healed yet. He wasn't supposed to come back, and I think that really affected his tape in 2024, especially those late games. But yeah, man, he's a really good player. I love his speed and quickness in zone when he plays off and can close and break on the ball. And then he could play some press man too if you want him to, to kind of eat up that space and allow the pass rushers to get after it. So I really like it. I also think he's a better fit. I know a lot of people like Trey Amos a lot, but I think Harrison's a better fit for what they want to do opposite of Benford because I've been saying this for a while. I like Benford when he's on the boundary side because it fits. He's really good at squeezing the boundary and taking receivers away down the sidelines and with his length and things like that. I don't want him chasing guys across the field. Granted, he can do it. Don't get me wrong, but that's the weakest part of his game, right? Is the across the field chasing speedy guys. So I'd prefer him to be able to shade inside, force guys on the outside release, and be able to press him and use his length. And I think that fits his skills really well. And then you can have Harrison on the field side basically, and he's good at that. And you can. He also, I think, gives them the ability to disguise coverage, which I'm not sure you could necessarily do with some of the other guys that the Bills could have taken, because he can play off man. He can play cover 3. I think you can do a lot of interesting things with him and Taron Johnson because you can interchange them a little bit. You can drop him into safety like they were doing with Taron Johnson as well. He covers so much ground. And he's also really, really good in zone. He knows the spaces. He knows where the quarterback wants to go. He knows how to pass off routes. You see him cut off routes all the time of receivers that aren't even his responsibility, but he just knows where the play is going. So I think he's a smart player too, and he forces turnovers, man, and that's what the Bills need too, right? It's not necessarily down in, down out. It's who can make the big plays and turn the ball over. So overall, man, I'm really happy with the first 2 picks. And yeah, I just, my only critique would be the trade up value, but it's hard to argue if it's a hit. I mean,
Mhm.
an interior pass rush is
I gotta say that was an excellent breakdown of both players and great points, especially the first part about Hairston in terms of what it circles back to what did McDermott and Bean say after our season ender against Kansas City. We need more playmakers. We need guys to make plays. This is what this speaks to. You know, my good friend Kevin Massari, you know, he's been around. He had an interesting graphic that he sent on where TJ Sanders was on boards. CBS had him at 34, McShay 34, Draft Buzz 35, ESPN 38, DraftNet 49, SI 53, and PFF 54. I mean, so there's been a lot of publications that had
there was
Sanders
people
at
saying he
certain
could sneak
times.
into the first round. There was definitely some people saying that. So
Yep, and I think this is it's a draft right now where there's a lot of subjection. There's a lot of guys. I mean, if you would have told me we're sitting here, right? You come up to us, hey, Brian, we're at pick 57. Trey Amos is still on the board. I would have said, go buy some beach property in North Dakota. Like,
right, it tells you what the
Trey
league thinks
Amos
of him, though, right? Like,
well, maybe there is something that we don't know, right?
Right,
And
right. There could be an injury we don't know about. Could be off field we don't know about for sure.
And Whittle brought up tremendous points in our pod about why Trey Amos is a great pick, and maybe he still is, right? But maybe there's something else behind the scenes that we don't know.
I don't think he would have been a bad fit at all. Like, I think he's a good player. My only argument against it is we don't get faster, and it's not the same ability to disguise coverage. And I think it's a little repetitive with what you have with Benford. I think you want a skill set that's a little different, right? You want that speed opposite of Benford. You don't necessarily want the same thing. So
Yep. And you know what else too? Maybe this goes a little bit away from what McDermott was doing on defense. This is something that we've said. We need playmakers on defense. We need difference makers. I mean, disguising coverages and trying to trick, quarterbacks and decisions only goes so far in the playoffs. When you get to the playoffs, you need those, quote, lack of a better term, those dogs, those players that could get after it and make plays. Right?
Yeah, and he's super aggressive. Aggressive.
Yeah, I've always said the difference between the Bills and Chiefs is everybody talks about Mahomes and Reed. Oh, it's Chris Jones.
It's the defense that makes plays.
It's Chris Jones. We don't have a Chris Jones. We don't have a game record. And who knows? Maybe TJ Sanders could be the game record.
It was Tyrone Matthew before that. It was Justin Reed. It was obviously Chris Jones, but they had guys who would make plays. And that's what the Bills have been lacking.
Remember Chris Jones was drafted second round.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep that in mind, everyone. Everybody says, "Oh, you need a high pick to get guys like that." Not necessarily.
Yeah. I think people really thought this guy was like another Ed Oliver, and he's just not. He even said afterward he wants to play around 305. He can get up to 310, but he's much like really long armed. He's 6'4". He's not the same as Ed. It's a different style player, but man, he's really good against the run and. He can get after it, man, rushing the passer interior. And I think the games and stunts you can run with him and Ed Oliver will be fun because they're both really good at that and twisting. And you saw a lot of that with Sanders. He was really good at delaying and twisting and then just going straight to the quarterback. He moves really well for a big guy.
100%. Yes.
What is your feel now for, was it 72? Is that where they're at next?
Well, 72, we put ourselves in a position where we could be a little bit – I still feel wide receiver might be the play here.
I saw Trey Harris go to the Chargers. That's been my guy for even before they signed Josh Palmer. I know Whittle really liked him too, but
I like Ty Felton as well.
I saw him go there. I like Ty Felton. Jalen Royals. I haven't seen him go yet.
Yep,
I like him. Kyle Washington, I think, is still there as well. I really like
Williams
him
too, right? Williams too from
Kyle Williams. That's what I meant. Washington State.
No worries.
Really like him.
So many. Oh man, yeah.
Jalen Noel is still on there too as an interior guy who can stretch the field.
So
absolutely,
real quick. Now that I'm back, Raiders took Jack Beck at number 58, and the player we've been waiting to come off the board for the entire draft is selected by the Ravens. They took
Mike Green. God, that is such a Ravens pick too, man. Like so annoying. I thought he would go to the Bengals, but yeah, like.
Well, that's who I had. That's who I
hate
had
that,
him
man.
going to.
Yeah, in the first round.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm like, but I get it. I guess the SA stuff really knocked him down the draft, but he goes into a good system with John Harbaugh, and in the Ravens there, and
That defense is going to be
Matt,
just
I'm going to come right
filthy.
back, okay? I'll be back
Okay.
in a little while. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in a second. Thank you.
God, I got to fix my camera. That defense is going to be nasty in Baltimore, man. Just
yeah, I mean, adding
them and
Malachi-
Denver are going to be the top 2 defenses, I think, of football.
Yeah, I mean, Malachi Starks, now adding Mike Green, Kyle Hamilton, and Malachi Starks. That's going to be one of the best safety duos of probably our generation. Like,
Yeah, we'll see. That's a lofty.
well, I'm saying of
Comparison,
our
but-
generation, not like, I mean, I could, you could go back to the 90s and let's say the 2020s. Let's just say that. But
Okay.
I mean, because
I like that pick a lot for the Raiders, man. Jack Besh, I really
Yeah.
like him.
Yeah. Jack Besh is a good player out of TCU, good receiver out of TCU.
Yeah, not a fit for the Bills for what they currently have, but I'd really like him.
I had him a little bit lower than most people, but I did like the way that he was able to corral the ball a lot of times, and really get.
He
off
just
the field.
gets open, man.
Yeah.
He just gets open. Like that's the thing about him. But I do think it would have been a little bit of a knock on Keon Coleman if they had drafted a player like him, because they need more of a field stretcher, right? They have the more possession guys. They have Keon with the big body. They need someone who can stretch the field vertically now. And so I thought if they took him, it would have been a little weird. Same with Trey Harris, and I really like Trey Harris a lot, but it's just not the fits.
Right, and that's the other thing though too, is kind of like we were talking about with Maxwell Harrison. I was okay with the pick. I wanted Amos, but I mean,
I think Maxwell's a better fit than Amos was with Benford as your other corner. Like I think Harrison lets you do more than what you can do with Amos.
So, and that's kind of where I was looking at, is he has more of a, like, they took ceiling over floor, right? So if Maxwell Harrison is just, he has a bum shoulder, or his defensive IQ on those picks,
it wasn't a bum shoulder, by the way,
routes.
though. It was a lot of misreporting. It was an infection in his shoulder. So there was a lot of swelling and tenderness, and he even said in his interview that he shouldn't have come back, but he obviously wanted to play, right? He doesn't want to sit out the rest of the year, and so I think that's a lot of the stuff, and it's just been overblown, and people were concerned that it was like, is it a separated shoulder? Is it a labrum? Like, is it a issue you got to worry about? And so I don't know. He wasn't my number one corner, don't get me wrong, but I think he definitely, people have been clamoring for more speed on defense and more versatility and getting back to more disguising and stop playing off coverage and so vanilla. And then they go and get a guy that lets them do all that stuff. And then everyone's complaining.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't make any sense. And no, he's not a man corner. Like, that's not what he is. He's a mainly off zone corner who can do other things. He can play press. He can go man on man, but he does. Majority of his snaps have been in zone. I think it's like 70% or something, 68%.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that they went more with the ceiling than the floor on that. But also,
Sure.
like I had said to Jesse when he was on earlier, is the Bills play such a swarming defense, tackling may not even be an issue, because he's a
good. I would argue he's a good tackler. Like, I just feel like people are so hung up on his last 2 games, and especially last year's tape. Like, they forget, like, in 2023, like, dude had no issues tackling. That was not even a mention. Like, no, he's not going to bring the boom and level guys. Like you said, he's much more of a wrap up.
Yeah, he's not Cam Chancellor.
Right. He's going to wrap your legs or go around your waist. He's not going to level you. He's not going to deck you. No, but that's most corners aren't, right? But I mean, he's a better tackler than Trey ever was. And he's a very, very willing and aggressive tackler. It's not a lack of want to. It's not a lack of effort. Like the dude will shoot in and almost recklessly come in, and you just don't want him to get hurt because of his frame.
Right.
And so, he did say he put on some weight, which I think is good. I think they'll want him in the 190s, maybe around 195, and hopefully he can carry that. But yeah, man, I think. Obviously everyone's going to like hyper analyze everything, before they even get him in a Bills uniform. But I think it really fits what they want to do, man. They want to get more speed in the secondary. They want to get more aggressive, and they want to be able to get back to disguising coverage. They haven't been able to do it very well without Micah and Trey and Poyer back there. I mean, you saw a little bit when Trey was still here. The game he went down, I was at that game against Miami. The game he went down, that was how they want to play defense. A lot of press man with Trey, up on Tyreek Hill. He was pressing him at the line of scrimmage. Like, they were really disguising stuff and moving guys around. But you lose him, then you lose Milano, then you lost Poyer. Daquan, yeah, and you just can't do the same stuff, right? And so
it was one after the other.
Yeah, and so I just feel like this is them starting to build back and get guys that can do that. I think Cole Bishop is another guy that they hope can do that as well, be a matchup guy they can move around and, match up against tight ends. And so I think this is just another piece. So I really like it. And then I think TJ Sanders is similar. You can move him around the line. He doesn't have to just play one position. He's not the same as Ed Oliver, so don't worry about that. And he can get after the quarterback, but he's really good against the run, man. So I really like it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was feeling as well. I mean, because he is the three technique, even though he might be a little bit different than Ed Oliver, things like that. But he is still a three technique. He's still a three tech.
I think he'll play. I think he'll play a Daquan role. I think he'll play more one tech for the Bills. I really do, especially in certain formations. Like, he can do it. He could two gap, and I think the Bills are going to ask him to shoot gaps instead of two gap. But he's a lot stronger than you think. Like I've heard this name thrown around. This isn't my comp, but I think it works. Is Danico Autry, where yes, they don't get low, but they're strong, they're stout, and they could play the run. And yeah, I think it gives them versatility where you can line them up in passing situations, but you can also, if you need to go lighter, you can go lighter on early downs, and he could still defend the run really well.
Well, and that's kind of where I was sitting with it. Is I'm kind of like in wait and see mode to see what the rest of the draft looks like, because you don't take.
They could still get a true one tech late.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You don't take a one tech in the first or second or third round.
Right.
They're fourth, fifth, sixth round guys. So you go get a player like a West. You get a player like a Caldwell. You get a player like a Deion
There's
Walker.
also talk that like Carter could be the one tech they want, where they actually have him put on more weight and they have him play one tech. I mean, I don't know if I saw that when he was at Duke, and I don't know if he can, but I've heard that thrown around by people that are in the know, and so maybe that's where they go as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. For me, is I just don't want to hear Sean McDermott talking out of both sides of his mouth. That's really what it comes down to for me, because you're literally sitting there at the owners' meetings and get asked flat out, "Hey, so you guys, you saw what the Philadelphia Eagles were doing. Do you guys want to get bigger inside?" Absolutely, it's a point of emphasis. We want to get bigger there. Okay, so that's cool. The other thing you said too is. You got to find somebody that basically touches every blade of grass on offense as a weapon for Josh Allen to get faster on offense.
Right, they did mention speed.
Stretch the field upwards as well as, that's not Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer is your intermediate guy.
He is a vertical threat, though, man. People underrate that. He's ranked top 10 in yards per reception, yards per route run. So
because he does it with his route running, not with his speed.
I don't disagree with you, but you can win vertically different ways, right?
Oh,
and so,
but
he doesn't scare a defense, right? Where you have to shade a safety over, and that might be what you're talking about. Like, he's not with his deep ability.
Yeah.
So I do totally agree with that. I do think they need to add some type of speed. They definitely brought in plenty of guys that fit that mold. So yeah, I would like to see him do that, but I do think they have really addressed the D line. I mean. I don't know necessarily if you want to say they've gotten bigger, but they've definitely gotten a lot I think, deeper and you could argue better for sure. I mean, than where they were last year. I mean, even with the signings they made, with Hoyt and Ogunjobi and obviously Bosa and now TJ Sanders. I think they definitely are getting better there, but I would definitely want them to double dip for sure.
Yeah, real quick. The Broncos took running back RJ Harvey out of UCF, and the Commanders just got better on defense, taking Trey Amos.
Nice. Who took Amos?
Commanders.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That team is going to be disgusting. That team is going to be disgusting this year with Jaden Daniels, and if he doesn't hit that sophomore slump, them getting some protection for him, the weapons they got him. I mean, I just like the things that they've done, and now beefing up the defense even more. Like it's just. I have no words for it. I have no words for the Commanders.
There's going to be a lot of good teams, man. There's a lot. Yeah. I think there's a really solid crop of like eight to 10 teams, and then a pretty big drop off from the rest of the league. Yeah. But I think there's a really big clump of like really, really good teams that could win the Super Bowl, and I don't think that's been the case for a while.
Yeah, I agree with this as well from Student. For sure. It does make it a little bit more concerning on the defensive side of it, but we also have to remember Lamar Jackson in playoff folds like a folding table that the Buffalo Bills Mafia jumps through. So
also Henry's another year older. I think that offensive line, I want to see how it gels together. A little turnover there. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. And then receiver too, right? We'll see what.
They literally have Zay Flowers, and they've tried the likes of Odell Beckham, and they just nothing seems to work out for them on the receiver side of things. So I mean, we'll definitely see how that goes. But let's see here.
Yeah, they added Hopkins.
Yep.
Flowers.
But again, he's another year older. He's another year older. I mean,
Andrews is another year older, right? There was talk of him possibly being traded. So.
Yep. Yeah, and they got Isaiah Likely, and I actually heard a stat yesterday or a couple days ago. The Ravens in the last 10 years have in 3 different drafts have taken tight ends at 2 separate picks, and every single time the second tight end they've taken is the one that succeeds.
Nice.
Which is like I don't get it. I mean, that's just good depth management, good asset management, good scouting to be able to find that value in the later rounds. Because like they took Hayden Hurst and then took Mark Andrews later in the draft. Isaiah Likely was the second tight end taken. So not to make this anything about the Ravens, we are we are a Bills show, but this is the NFL draft, so we definitely want to talk about as much as we possibly can here. What are your thoughts on 72? What do you think they do with 72?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I've gone back and forth a bunch of times. I would like them to go D-line again or wide receiver. I think, we talked about some of those guys. I think this is a spot where they could add one. But there's also talk that they could look to start filling some of the spots depth-wise and getting them ready for next year. A lot of talk about linebacker and safety, and I think the offensive line, interior offensive line especially, is a spot where they could possibly go as well. So I don't necessarily know if that's going to be in round 3, but I think those are the spots that could be coming up as well. So we'll see. But I would love a D-line again here.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the other thing though too is we all if they do want to do a double dip, Siobhan Revel's still available if they want to do something like that. Jordan Birch is still available if they want to take some sort of an edge. If they want to go safety, they have Xavier Watts still available, and Andrew Makuba still is available. So, I mean,
I'm surprised by some of the guys that are still out there. It's
crazy, but this year's draft is drunk. I swear. I
know the Bills really like Joshua Farmer. Omar Norman Lott is still on there. Landon Jackson, Jalen Royals. I really like Braden Swinson. Yeah, there's a lot of guys, man. I don't know if they double dip this early, especially with re-signing
Trey.
both Benford and Trey,
Mhm.
and Dane as well. I think if you're gonna take a swing, it's probably like they did with in 2022 with Kyer and Benford, where it's a late pick. That if you really like a guy and he's there, then yeah, go take him, man. Darius Alexander is still on the board. That blows my mind.
I just lost who it was. Chicago just took Shamar Turner.
Okay.
So that's the next guy off the board there at 62.
I wonder if it's Alexander's age.
It's either that or it's got to do with him being at Toledo. I mean, there's a lot of different things for him.
I mean, 6-year guy. He's what, 25? I think
20. I think he's 24. He'll be 25 at the season. Let me
crazy.
just double check on that real quickly. But Darius. 24. He'll be 25 on August 26th.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean that's really the thing with a lot of these guys that are left is that they do have some sort of concern, and that's why a lot of these guys falling in the draft. Siobhan Ravel with the torn ACL. They said he'll probably be back. For
he was a top 20 pick, top 15 pick. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I do think that would be interesting though. Like, if he keeps sliding and he's there, like, is the value just too good? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like he's up
corner
there.
Is such a premium spot, but
he's up there with Travis Hunter as the best corner in the draft if he's not hurt. So do you trust your training staff to get him right? And do you trust that at 72 that he's there? And do you trust your guys in the building to get him right and be that top corner again? Or is it just too much too early for somebody like him?
I mean, no. I think getting him at 72 would be great. I think it's just too much at the corner. Invested in the corner position is my argument with it. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. I'd have to go after some bigger needs. I mean, you can only play so many.
That's funny. Jesse is what? 2 picks away from cashing in on Shedeur Sanders not getting drafted in the second round. He got plus 400 on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it would be even more, but
and KC and Philly are the only ones left on the boards, and neither one of them need a quarterback.
And someone would have to trade up. I don't think anyone's going to do that at this point.
Nope.
And Milrose's still there, which is kind of crazy. There were a lot of people saying he could sneak into the late first, early second.
Here's a scenario for you. So Pittsburgh wanted to take Shedeur Sanders in the first. They decided not to take him in the first. And let's say he falls to them in the third. Do they take him in the third?
Do you just have to at that point? Like, is that like the Siobhan Revel thing? Is the value too good? I would much rather have Shedeur than Mason Rudolph. I'll say that.
Absolutely. I would put Shedeur Sanders
especially in the third.
10 times out of 10. 10 times out of 10 over Mason Rudolph.
Especially in the third. I'm surprised Landon Jackson is still around at 62.
Yeah.
This would have been the Bills' pick. The Bears, they ended up going with, who'd you say?
Shamar Turner.
Yep. So they would have had Darius Alexander still on the board, Siobhan Revel still on the board.
They would have had. They would have had if they had taken Tyleik Williams in the first. He had fallen. They would have still had Trey.
That's
Amos
the rumor, man. That's who they wanted. That's the rumor. So.
So Detroit fucked up my dream. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I like Tyleik. I just.
No,
there are concerns with him about the pass rush ability, but you saw flashes of it.
Yeah. I was more wanting him in the second round, and I wanted Trey Amos in the first. But, if you could have gone backwards, who am I to complain, right?
Yeah, it's true.
With that being said, let me just run through the sponsors real quickly, and we'll be right back.
For the best Italian food in Western New York, Elliot Apollos, call 716-825-3675. The Lardon Construction Group.
Fubo TV, the official streaming service of Do Champions. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of Do Champions.
For all your summertime needs, beauty pools, as well as kayak pools.
CX Chronicles, your total customer solutions focused manager. W.GG, the official energy drink of Do Champions.
Hey, Sons of Erie, our artwork looks better on your walls. Hamburg Brewing, please visit our tap room on Boston State Road, Hamburg, New York. And finally,
Fat Boy Surf Club for all your surfing needs.
So, Jake, with Whittle doing tomorrow's show, what do you see for the Bills specifically? And I know we got one pick left today, but what do you see specifically in the fourth round now that they only have one fourth-round draft pick? In the fifth, where they have three, they have two sixths and a seventh now at 240.
Yeah, I would imagine we're going to see some movement. I think he's going to move around and select the guys he wants. And like I said, I think they're going to target guys here that have, that might play this year and influence this year, but are more set up for next year. They have a lot of holes that they potentially have to fill next year, and I think you're going to see them try to get some depth there to prepare for that. There's a lot of guys on 1-year contracts. Bosa, Ogunjobi, what in the interior offensive line, Edwards, McGovern, Torrance. So I think there's some sneaky needs there. Tight end 3 as well. And who knows what Knox's future holds going forward. So yeah, I think there's some spots where they could start trying to grab guys and develop them. I think linebacker as well. Like I said, outside linebacker is another one with, the Milano deal getting redone. I think that's one. If they like a guy and they want to develop him, you could see them get another guy in the hopper that that they want to develop. With Bernard.
I mean, not to interrupt you, but Brandon Bean said during his when he was asked about Milano, he said that does not mean it's only a 1-year deal and he's done.
For sure.
They can keep him going on 1-year deals or sign him to a 2-year deal or whatever. It's just the way that they wanted. They needed maneuverability with the cap, and that's how they got it. So continue.
No, I totally agree with that. If someone's there, you still going to take them regardless.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, like he's over 30 now and the injuries. And so I don't think that stops you when you're talking 4th, 5th round type guys. You could see a safety as well if there's someone they want to, take a flyer on and develop. So I think they're going to target certain things that they want and go get them. I don't think they're going to sit back at all with all these picks.
Yeah, I don't see them taking the what was it? 1, 3 is 4, 6, and then 7. They have 7 picks left. Not counting the 3rd round. They're not going to make all those picks. They can't. What are they going to do? Draft an Alex Austin and then release him? I'd rather see them trade the 6th and the 7th and either send it to next year or move up in the 4th, take a guy specifically that they want.
That's a good call, though. We've seen Bean do that as far as, sell now, a pick for better value the following year. So, yeah, you could for sure see him do that. I also think there is something to taking more swings. It is still a lottery, right? These aren't guaranteed anything. And so I don't think it's bad necessarily to take more swings than you have spots. But there's guys also on this roster that can be cut or moved, right? You can always get better. If you draft someone younger and they're better, then you get rid of the veteran. And whether that's a trade or a cut, but they have guys on this roster that can for sure be upgraded. So I think they're still going to make maybe 8 picks, maybe 7. I wouldn't be shocked if they made 8. I just think he's going to move around, whether that's up, back, and even to next year as well. So
Norman Lott went to the Chiefs and Makuba went to the Eagles.
I am so mad. That was my draft crush, was Omar Norman Lott. It's such a good fit for them next to Chris Jones. That is really scary. He is phenomenal pass rushing defensive tackle. And yeah, I do not love that at all. And then
Yeah.
who'd the Eagles get?
Makuba, safety out of Texas.
Okay. Yeah, he really good player.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
they're
Makuba-
just stockpiling guys. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they just Howie Roseman. I don't know whether it's more luck than it is good, but sometimes you have to be lucky. It's better to be lucky than good. So he just has all these guys falling to him. Whether it's
I think part of
Jalen
that is when you don't
Carter.
really have needs. Like, when you go into a draft without needs, it's like Baltimore too. The Bills try to do that, but they have definitely certain styles. I feel like more so the Eagles and the Baltimore, they don't necessarily have a specific style. They just take the best, player, essentially, the best athlete. I think the Bills have gone more at focusing on specific, do they fit in their culture? Do they fit in their specific style of play? And I think that's kind of the difference. That's how guys just happen to fall in your lap, right? When you can take anybody.
Well, and that's the other thing, though, too, is kind of we've seen kind of a shift this year. I do want to say, just seeing how that the board has fallen this year, and you saw a little bit of it last year. Is I think a lot of these teams are now sticking to their board rather than have this player fell to me, should I take them? So I kind of see more. More this year than any other year is it feels like they're sticking to their board rather than like, Trey Amos fell a couple of spots. We have him down here, but it's just kind of seems like there's that shift in the NFL draft this year.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
Darius Alexander to the Giants.
Nice. I like to see that.
They've had a hell of a draft inside. Too, huh?
They have. A lot of people were saying they were the day one winners. Yeah, I think they've done a good job here.
Yeah, getting Abdul Carter and getting Jackson Dart in the first round, and now in the third round getting Darius Alexander to go opposite. Why am I drawing a blank? Dexter Lawrence.
Lawrence. Yeah. I think my only concern with them is that they only give Dable 1 year. I don't think Jackson Dart's ready to play. I think you would ideally let him sit and have Russ and Jameis Winston play all year and just let Jackson Dart sit there and develop and learn. And he really needs to learn processing and reading defenses. And I just don't think he's the kind of guy you want to put in there. You're going to see kind of a Will Levis if you put him in there now, as far as just panicking, throwing the ball to the wrong team. And so I think it'd be really nice if they just let him sit all year. But, fan bases want to see their guy. The ownership wants to see their guy. And do they have the patience to do that? And then if they only win 5 or 6 games, is ownership going to let them, have another year? I don't know. That's something that concerns me about the Dart pick.
Yeah, that concerns me for Dable a little bit. I mean, I think that he's tied to both Dable and Joe Shane, more Shane than Dable. But I think that they got to give him minimum of two or 3 years. They don't have to. I mean, what am I, some guy in Buffalo, New York that whatever tells them they have to do something? But you want to see how Jackson Dart is going to do. You let your coach basically figure out which quarterback he wanted with the GM, with the scouts, and they figured out which guy is going to fit his system the best, and you're going to give him 1 year. Like, come on. Like, how dumb is that from an organizational standpoint if they do that? Like, I mean, it's. I mean,
we see it far too often, right? Like,
we've seen dumber things, but that's up there. But if they don't give him more than a year now that he's drafted their potential franchise quarterback after being stuck with Daniel Jones,
right. Dable never even got to essentially choose. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, this is who they're tied to, like you said, right. And we'll see if they can develop him. So it's what. Kansas City back on the clock again?
Kansas City's on the clock. Cleveland, Las Vegas, New England, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Buffalo. So, Las Vegas, could they get Geno Smith's backup here with Shedeur Sanders? He's got to go sometime, right? He's not going to get he's not going to go undrafted, right?
I agree. He's got to go somewhere, and he should. Like, he isn't a bad player. That's the thing. I just way overhyped, right? And I think that was the issue. But I think he's capable of being an NFL quarterback. He is very accurate. He does read the field well. You wish there was more athletically there, but he did play behind very bad lines, and I think he can make enough plays, and I think he moves around well enough in the pocket. I do think he needs to go. I'm surprised he's in the third round now, but I think anyone who gets him has got a good developmental piece at a cheap rate now, right?
Kind of reminds you of a little bit of a better, a more mobile Geno Smith, though, right? A little bit. Like, that would be like almost like a perfect fit for them.
Yeah, I just think Geno has a better arm.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who I would. I mean, he's similar to. I think maybe Brock Purdy's better athletically, but he's similar as far as like very athletic. Uses their mind well, pre-snap, reads the defense, and then can kind of make things happen when they're scrambling around, not to run, but just to buy time. So that would be interesting. I would like to see him in like a rhythm and timing offense.
Well, that's the other thing though too. We got to remember, like, look at who the coach is there. It's Pete Carroll. Like, look who he took that nobody thought was going to be anything in Russell Wilson a couple of years ago. Well, 12 years ago.
It'd be funny
now.
if he went to Cleveland just because.
Oh my God! At this point,
right.
just
right. They
Cleveland
still got him in the third round.
Yeah, Cleveland trades down from 2 to 5, picks up Mason Graham, picks 2 other guys in the second round, and still gets them in the third. Like, maybe things are turning around for Cleveland if that happens.
God, who'd the Chiefs take?
Still waiting. I haven't had the notification yet, and nothing on TV. Yeah, they're still talking about Darius Alexander.
Yeah, I don't see it on my phone either. It says the pick's in.
Yes. No, pick is in. It's just
that Giants D line is just ridiculous, man. Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Darius Alexander. Jesus.
And add on Kayvon Thibodeau in there as well.
Yeah. I thought we'd see some player trades today, and I just haven't even heard any rumors about it because there were names swirling. Oh, Ashton Gillotte. Wow. Like, Casey's having a draft, man. I do not like to see it. Man, are they having a draft. They got arguably the best tackle, Josh Simmons. They got Omar Norman Lott, which is the best pass rushing defensive tackle outside of, the big names early. And then Ashton Gillotte, I think, is a really good DN that fits them all the moves you could want. They're having a really good draft.
Yeah, Casey just seems to, like, every year in the draft retool a little bit. They just
trenches, man. Jeez.
They never rebuild, and that's the same thing the Bills are in right now. Even though the Bills haven't gotten any further than the AFC Championship game, it's just like, as long as you have that quarterback, it's just a retool. It's never a full rebuild.
Yeah. All right. It says the Browns pick is in.
Yes, it is, but I have not gotten notification from Twitter yet, so we'll see. We're waiting on seeing. Let's see here.
What's your prediction for the Bills here now that we're 4 picks away?
So honestly, I think it's going to be one of two positions. I think it's going to be wide receiver to get some of that speed here in the third round that's still on the board, or I think it's going to be a safety and Xavier Watts. But who am I?
I'd be pretty surprised if it was safety, but I definitely could see it just because of him falling like that.
And like I said, I mean, it's the same thing that we're dealing with Siobhan Rebel right now. His ACL. I mean, how much further does he fall because
I think I'd rather have Kevin Winston Jr., but more just because the fit for the Bills. But I mean, Landon Jackson's still sitting there. Kyle Williams is there. Jalen Noel is there. Royals is there. Josiah Stewart's there. Yeah, there's a lot of good players here for the Bills at positions they need. I mean, a lot of edge depth here, a lot of wide receiver depth.
did you read Don's comment?
Yeah, that would be hilarious. They haven't announced it yet, have they?
Nope, nothing's come in yet. So, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one to see what they do.
Yeah. Man, yeah, there's some really good. I'm thinking edge here or wide receiver. There's some really good value here, really good guys, and the Bills have been connected to a lot of these guys. They had Jalen Royals in, Landon Jackson in, Braden Swinson in. They've been really connected to those guys. Joshua Farmer, they've been really connected to as well if they want to go interior D-line again. Not necessarily a Bills type mold or archetype, but Josiah Stewart's there. I really like him.
So I just want to go through this here real quickly. Ryan Talbot saying on Twitter, he just got off a media Zoom with Sanders, TJ Sanders, the Bills pick at 41. He feels the Bills really liked his tape during his pre-draft visit. He says he feels comfortable at 300, 305 and feels he can get up to 310. Sanders says he can play all over the defensive line. He enjoys tackles for loss as much as sacks. Says his top attribute is that he has a nonstop mentality. And finally, just a little fun one. Not a blue cheese guy, but in all seriousness, blue cheese outside of Buffalo is not good.
He's not wrong. The stuff out of the bottle is not
He's not
good.
wrong. He is not wrong.
Whoa. Damn.
What?
The Patriots pick's already in.
Yeah.
How is that even possible? They haven't even announced Cleveland or Las Vegas.
Well, because you got to remember, second and third round, they're doing all these announcers and like special announcers and all this other stuff. So they have to get them on TV. So I mean, and they can't stop the draft at this point because there's 5 minutes.
Pick. It's not even on Twitter before it's being announced. Oh, wow, Harold Fannin.
Yep.
Jeez.
I mean, that's a good one for sitting behind David Njoku.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it gives Kenny Pickett another target.
or hey, Flacco, man. Flacco's gonna start.
I know.
Dude.
I was joking.
I do really like it. This guy, I just maybe actually it is a good fit with Njoku because he's more of like a gadget type tight end, if that makes sense. Like I don't think necessarily like running downfield and running routes and splitting seams, but Njoku can do that, right? And this is let you do 12 personnel and do some stuff behind the line of scrimmage with them and tight end screens, and so it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. No, I absolutely agree, and I actually liked Harold Fannin Jr. A lot during this draft process as a pass catching tight end. I just with the way that the board fell and everything, I can't believe Chicago took Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren.
I disagree with that. I totally makes sense to me. I think Colston Loveland is a way better athlete and vertical stretch the field than Tyler Warren. I think Tyler Warren's more of like a move piece, and you can move him around, but Loveland, man, I think gives you that upside that's just crazy. I think it's a lot like the Mayer versus Bowers flavor of tight end and who you prefer, and I think Loveland's more of the Bowers.
Yeah,
I
get
tight ends are
saying.
tough though, man. We'll see.
I get what you're saying completely. And I liked Loveland. I really did, but I just had him a little bit lower than Tyler Warren just because I like what he does a little bit better than what
The
what
Loveland
did, but-
eval was tough because of who was the offense and who was throwing him the ball. He did not have good quarterback play, and so that made it tough. I think the eval. Oh, great pick by Las Vegas. They took Darian Porter out of Iowa State, the corner. I really, really liked him. Converted wide receiver. That's really nice developmental piece for them. New England's on the clock. Are they going to take a wide receiver that the Bills really like? That is my concern.
Yeah. I mean, they already took Steph Diggs from us, right?
Yeah. The talk is Kyle Williams. The rumor is
Yeah.
Kyle Williams is going to New England. We'll see if it happens. I hope not. I love Kyle Williams maybe too much.
Yeah, we can't have a Kyle Williams going to New England, right?
Right. They're calling it. That's what people are saying. The people on Twitter are saying. We'll see. Pick is in. Here we go. Then Detroit, New Orleans, and then Buffalo. A lot of good players still there. I can see why there wasn't a need for Bean to feel like he needed to move around. I could even see a move back, but again, you need another party to want to move up.
Yeah, I mean that's really what it comes down to, and that's kind of why that they moved up. I think you're the one who texted it, but we were also like sitting here saying like, who are they around and why are they moving up as much? And we saw San Francisco, and we saw there was another team ahead of San Francisco as well, but I think it was the Jets. So who knows what was going to happen? But we saw Alfred Collins go off the board right away as soon as the Bills took T.J. Sanders. So
yeah, the next pick,
it
and it was thought
Kyle
that they
Williams.
wanted T.J. Sanders.
It is Kyle Williams going to the Patriots.
God, they have such a small wide receiver core and a lot of similar skill sets. We'll see what happens.
But you got to remember who's there. It's Mike Vrabel. So, I mean, he comes from the Bill Belichick era when they literally Danny Amendola, Julian Edelman.
That's true. Well, and that's also because the offensive coordinator, right? I mean,
yeah,
McDaniel.
Josh McDaniel.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Detroit.
We
New
got
Orleans,
3
Buffalo,
picks.
man.
We got 3 picks.
Detroit, New Orleans, and then the Bills. Yeah, still a lot of good players here. I do think there's similar needs here for Detroit and New Orleans. But is this a New Orleans spot to take a quarterback?
They already took
They
one,
took
didn't
Shuck.
they?
You're right.
Yeah,
they took
Shug.
I still can't believe that, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, Shador Sanders is still sitting there. And
I wonder what they're gonna do with Carr now, though.
I think Carr is probably done in New Orleans. I don't see him staying there very long. I
like Don's comment. Does New
Yeah.
Orleans go QB again? Hey,
Yeah.
it's not bad at this value, man. You got to find one, right?
Well, and who did that? Washington a couple years ago. With
Yeah, and it
Cousins
worked
and-
out, man. It
and-
worked
yeah.
out. Oh, trade. We got to trade. It said trade, and then it says Detroit's. The pick is in. I thought Detroit was already up.
Not 100% sure.
That doesn't make any sense. Nice. I like it. The Jaguars have traded with the Detroit Lions. There we go. So it's the Jaguars.
So what are the
traded.
Jaguars jumping in front of Buffalo for?
I don't know. Here's their pick. It's funny that he's making the pick, though, unless this is wrong, but... So weird. Everyone's tweeting how much they love Kyle Williams. Isaac Tesla. So that's what they jumped up to get Isaac Tesla. another Bills possible target. They had still Royals is out there, Thornton.
Yeah, Jalen Royals
plenty
was in for a visit, so I mean we got to remember some of those players as well.
I really liked him, man. I really liked
Jalen
him.
Royals, Utah State. Yeah, I love Jalen Royals. I think that he is a very Billsy player,
for sure.
and he also has a little bit of that that speed that you're talking about as well. Maybe not like 4.21 speed, but I mean it's still
Right.
What was he, a 4.49, 4.51, something like that?
Jesse's saying it's Xavier Watts or Landon Jackson to Buffalo. Let's see. We'll see. The pick is definitely not in yet, but they've been very connected to Landon Jackson, so that wouldn't shock me. Pick is in now for New Orleans.
It would not shock me either, but yeah, Jalen Royals 4.42 40-yard dash with a 1.55 10-yard and a 2.58 split. He is 6 foot and 205.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of his
didn't do any other testing. Yeah, didn't do any other testing. So there's no RAS, as we found out from Kent Lee Platty a couple weeks ago. You have to have minimum of 6 of those traits or 6 of those sections picked or done to get a RAS score. So we got the Bills on the clock here right now.
Bills are officially on the clock. What do you think? What's your call? What position maybe? You want to go with position or you want to go player?
I have to. I'm thinking Xavier Watts. I've been on that since with him falling. I think that he is one of the best. I had him as the number 1 safety in the draft. Like, I'm sorry, I think he's a very, very good fit for the Bills. I think he's that free safety the Bills actually need. That deep bird that is going to be able to basically play the Micah Hyde role. And I think him and Bishop are going to be a good tandem for a while. But we'll see. What do you got?
I think it's D end or wide receiver. I think Royals or Landon Jackson would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I would love Royals. I'm not that high on Landon Jackson just because of the knee, but and the multiple injuries that he's had throughout his career. But I mean, it seems like the Bills are bringing in a lot of those injury-riddled guys this year for whatever reason. So maybe they feel like they can get
What a bad job by NFL Network. Like, they didn't even show the trade. They just put the that it was a trade.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Jaguars moved out. Detroit moved up. They gave up 2 third-round picks next year. Detroit did.
Jeez.
And then a third-round pick this year, 102. That is crazy. And then they get 2 6th-round picks, one this year, one next year, and then 70. That's crazy. They must really like Tesla. I know he's got the speed and everything.
Hey, is Josh Farmer still on the board?
He is, and I really like him. He's been really connected to the Bills too.
I could see him going to the Bills here too.
Yeah, I'd love that. I'll never get mad about more interior.
The nice thing is, though,
Bills all the time.
The nice thing is, though, I'm glad they're going defense, because that's the part that needs to be fixed. Let Josh Allen do whatever on offense. They got Joshua Palmer. They got Keon Coleman. They got James Cook. They got a top 3 offensive lineman. You need to fix the defense. And I'm glad that they're doing that as best as possible this year.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever get mad about trenches, man. I'll take it.
Wait.
What are you seeing?
Hold on. I already got the Jets pick, but the Bills pick didn't come out.
That's weird. That just happened with New England, so it's not that big a surprise with
73rd pick. Florida State, Azariah Thomas to the Jets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so they traded up, right? No, they were sitting there. Never mind.
The Bills are at 72. So I just almost wonder what's taking so long. Does the Bills?
It could be the Bills have someone announcing it. That could be why.
Oh, maybe they're having Lee
have
Evans
someone
announce it. Yeah.
Again. That was funny. They couldn't find him. That was the delay earlier. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Vernon Broughton. That's a good pick. He's a good
for
player.
who?
New Orleans. So now the Bills should be announcing here next. We keep refreshing to see who it's going to be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, just to see if it leaks out at all. But I mean,
what's your thought of Judkins going over Henderson?
I think they're very similar, but I think Cleveland liked the what Judkins brings over top of Henderson. I think
Power.
Henderson. Yeah. I think Henderson is the lighter back, like the more finesse back. Not that he's finesse, but when you're looking at it, I think that Judkins brings a little bit more power to his game than Henderson does.
Yeah. It's Landon Jackson. That's the pick.
Is it really?
It's Landon Jackson. That was like the most telegraphed pick ever. Everyone knew that. You're not a Landon Jackson fan?
I don't like the injuries. I just don't like the injuries. I mean, it's not about the player. When he's player, he's one of the better defensive ends coming out of college.
Yeah.
It's the injuries for me that I don't understand. It just feels like it's been a bad year for that. Because you got Ogunjobi, you got Michael Hoyt, both leaving because of PEDs or of failed substance, whatever. But no, I like the player. I don't like the injuries. I'm not a fan of bringing these guys in with injuries.
So what's the injury history for people that don't know?
So let me pull it up so I have the exact. I know there was.
I'll give my scouting report then while you get it going. All right, so 6'7", 280, started at LSU, 3-year starter at Arkansas. He's tall, long, lines up a lot outside the tackles, but can reduce inside. He's a good run defender, holds the point well. He can handle doubles. He sheds blocks at the right time. His pass rush plan doesn't compromise his team fits. He has backside discipline, impressive lower body flexibility to bend back the tackles. He's got very active hands. He has counters when his first move doesn't work. Good hands. Spin move works pretty well. Speed rush sets up inside moves. His motor doesn't stop. He's really good at cleaning up sacks. His click to close is really good. His negatives, pad level gets a little too high. And his height plays into that, being 6'7". His snap timing is inconsistent, and I think he needs to work on that. That's a big one, man. He just doesn't understand when the ball's coming. I just don't know if he doesn't read the snaps well or the cadence or whatnot, but definitely something coachable. He needs to get functionally stronger though, and that's something obviously they can work on as well. So
right. So all right. So he Landon Jackson has had 2 ACL tears, an ankle injury, and a recent neck injury during a game against Missouri. The neck injury versus Missouri, he was carted off the field and taken to the hospital for it. And he missed.
What was it, like a stinger?
It doesn't say what it was.
Okay.
And I'm looking for any more deep dives into the injuries here.
Azariah Thomas to the Jets.
High school, left ACL tear. Jackson suffered 2018 sophomore year, suffered a left ACL tear during his sophomore year, prematurely ending his season. 2020 senior year, ankle fracture. Jackson suffered an ankle fracture during a Monday practice during his senior year of high school. College, LSU, ankle injury preseason. Left ACL injury again, tore the same ACL again. missed 8 games against Auburn, or that was against Auburn, and then missed 8 games. 2022 in Arkansas, ankle injury again. Nothing going on that year. 2024, he had an undisclosed injury against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Missed 0 games for that. Had a hip pointer. And then the neck injury, Jackson suffered a hit to the head right before halftime that led to him falling onto the ground and requiring being stretchered off for further evaluation at the local hospital. He had full movement in his extremities and was released. A video of the hit can be found here. From looking at the video, it appears as though he suffered a stinger. Jackson later skipped the bowl game to prepare for the NFL draft.
I'm not too concerned about those. The knee stuff
the
was
stinger
a long time ago. I'm not too concerned about those. So if the Bills' medicals were good, it was multiple years ago. I'm all right with it.
Still, the ACL worries me. Just because how and it comes
what,
down
4
to
years ago, 4 years ago.
2022, yeah. For the ACL. I'm just like I said, I'm not a big fan of like the injuries itself, because once you get one, you're very, very likely, and we heard it from the banged up Bills, we heard it from Thigh Doctor. You're very likely to get another one. Now this is his second one. Did they just mess up the repair before and it was weaker because of that? I mean, time will tell. He could come in and be one of the best edge defenders that we have. He's 6'7", 270 something right now.
270, 280, yeah.
He could come in and be one of the best.
You're getting him at round 3, pick 72.
Yeah.
The risk reward. There was a lot of people that thought he would go in the first round or just outside the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So, I always, like I just said, trenches, man. I don't mind swings. I want to keep taking them. It's a rotation game anyway, as you just saw with the Eagles, as well. Like, you got to keep rotating them. You just saw what Brady sent, didn't you?
No, the Field Yates thing. That he almost said he plays with his hair on fire. He had no hair. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I like the player. I hope that he succeeds. Yeah. Obviously. I mean, in all else, I'm first and foremost a Bills
fan. There you go.
fan.
Pat Moran said Landon Jackson is the future AJ Epinesa, and for a round 3 pick, that's perfectly fine. And I totally agree. If he's your DN3, DN4, like that, you could do a million times worse. I think that's a really quality depth piece that is versatile, and it's a good pick.
Our group chat is just going
it's
hilarious
ridiculous.
right now.
Yeah, student is not allowed to tweet that, by the way.
Your cousin is not allowed to tweet what his wife just said, or Beyonce just said.
Oh no. Oh my god. I can't even say that on the show, man. That's brutal.
Nope. That's why I did not say it. But
no, I think it's a good pick, man. I really like what the Bills have done so far. Defense. And then this brings up the question you were saying was, what do the Bills do next? I think this is where they could target one of these weapons that we've been talking about. Thornton from Tennessee, Jalen Royals, Noel, like some of these speed guys. I think they could find one they like and move and grab one if they want. I think they've positioned themselves really well, though, to get the depth on the D-line and the corner.
Yeah, and I'm just looking
I'm getting a delivery here, by the way, for draft. Thank you. I got pizza logs, homemade pizza logs.
Oh, very nice.
For the Bills
very
draft.
nice.
Okay.
All right, say goodnight to them. We gotta go. Let's go.
Okay. Good night.
So.
Yeah, thank you.
Go Bills.
Yeah, go Bills. I got to get some homemade pizza logs, man.
There you go.
That's pretty impressive.
To get somebody like because he's actually one of my favorites in the later rounds. But is Dante Thornton out of Tennessee?
Love him, man. I think fourth round wouldn't be too much of a reach for me just because of the upside. Okay. And I think it'd be I think it fit exactly what they need. You know, a guy with a speed threat on the outside that you develop and could play special teams.
Yep.
I like that fit a lot.
Yep, 9'8" Raz, 32 and a quarter inch arms.
He's
Or
huge,
an
dude.
32 and an eighth inch arms, I should say. 9'6" with his hands. He's 6'4" and a half, 205 pounds, and he runs a 4.3 with a 1.53 split, 10-yard split, and a 2.54 20-yard split. His vertical leaves some to be desired, but he only had a 33-inch vertical, but that was his only thing that killed his Raz a little bit. Everything else is in green except for his weight, but weight for a receiver is going to be typically yellow for that.
For the guy for sure. With that size, for sure.
Yeah. 6'4" at 205.
I think the Bills are going to make a move, man, here.
I
really
think
do.
that they got to trade back into the third to get somebody,
Yeah, or the early in the fourth, right? Because they're in the back end of the fourth. So, I think if it's not here tonight, I think it'll be early tomorrow. But
we were talking about this a little bit on when Jesse was on, just because he wanted to throw out his ladder play. Just an update: Giannis is at 28 points heading into the fourth quarter. And if anybody saw his ladder play, I will pull that up real quickly just so I can give the information on that. Neffy. So he put it out there earlier today. Giannis, 33 points minus 122, 37 points plus 166, 39 points plus 230, 43 points plus 475, and 49 if he gets all the way there. It's plus 1550. So he's at almost 30 at this point with starting into the third or fourth quarter. And if I can spell Milwaukee Bucks, they're only up on Indiana, who leads the series 2-0. They're only up on them by 9 points, so he's going to have to keep on scoring if they want to get back into that series.
dude, this is such a Dallas spot, man. I could see Siobhan Revel going here to Dallas. That would make a lot of sense as far as the value here. We'll see. Kind of hedges your bet with Elam and the injuries they've had at corner.
And he's supposed to be ready for training camp. So
right.
Siobhan Revel,
But those guys coming off ACL, they're not always ready. They might be ready to run and play, but Sanders to Dallas? No way, dude. Donnie, no, that's not happening.
Could you imagine?
It's not happening, dude. There's zero chance. There's no way.
Could you imagine Dion making the call to Jerry and being like, "Hey,
I just say poor Dak, dude. Just poor Dak." Yeah, right. I'll coach next year for you.
Can you please just draft my son, please?
Yeah. I like that fit though, man. Yeah, Revel. I told you, man. That is such a good spot.
It's a good
for
value,
Revel,
good spot
dude.
for Revel, yeah.
Dallas is having a really good draft. That just made too much sense for them. He fell right in their lap, and you almost just have to take him, right? That was the discussion we had earlier. Like when you have a corner need, like the guy's that talented, you just take him, man. They've had a really good draft, man. Tyler Booker, Donovan Ezuraku, who I liked for the Bills at 30, and then Siobhan Revel, who I liked for the Bills at 30. So, really good.
Yeah, I mean they've Dallas has done well this year. Brian Schottenheimer taking over for Mike McCarthy. So what's going on, student? Oh,
and he's gone. And he's gone. All right, Carolina's pick is in.
All right, let's see. What's Carolina? What do you expect them to do? How do you think their draft is going? What do you feel? How do you feel about Tet?
I love Tet, man. I think it's a great fit for them. It's you got to get more weapons. Nick Scorton, fantastic pick. That's another guy I thought the Bills could be interested in at 30. So I think they're having a really good draft here, and I'm, safety, corner, D tackle. They're probably pissed Siobhan Revel just went. I think
Yeah.
they would have liked him. Watts, this could be a Watts spot. I'm not sure. What's up?
What's going on?
What's up, student? You're a little quiet.
You're very quiet.
Oh, Princely human melon.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just call him Princely.
Yeah.
I like it,
Yeah,
man. That's they needed edge bad. They went with 2,
Mhm.
and I don't think you can overdo it at edge like we've been talking about. Got to rotate those guys through anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see what the odds are if they're to fall out of the third. Like that's something maybe to bet on at this point. I don't see anybody taking them in the third.
I would wonder what the live odds are for sure, because Arizona's not doing it, Houston's not doing it, Indianapolis maybe a little wild card, but they're not doing it. Cincinnati's not doing it. There's Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tampa Bay's not. New England's not. Chargers not. Green Bay's not. Jacksonville's not. Houston's not. Rams aren't. Or Rams could, I think. I think at this point the Rams could.
Yeah, the Rams need a quarterback to back up Matthew Stafford, but also too they also have the kid that they liked from last year. The kid with the I don't want to be an ass.
Brian's back.
I know. I don't want to be an ass, but the kid with the drinking problem.
The kid with the
Benson
Bennett from 2 years ago?
Yes, thank you. I was
He's
drawing.
not really like a true developmental starter.
No, but I mean, Texans selected Jalen Noel.
Okay. Well, they went wide receiver again.
Yeah.
So they went Higgins. They went teammates, Higgins and Noel. Wow.
Are you good now? We still can't hear you.
That is surprising.
Yeah, it definitely makes a little no sense.
For who? The Texans?
Yeah.
I mean, don't they need O-line? I mean, I like the weapons, but...
Boys, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, yeah.
All right. We're having a draft night. It's my Friday, too. I want a legitimate rebuttal over on something we're thinking here, right? Nick Chubb's very contentious situation out there in Cleveland. Cleveland goes out. They draft the cat from OSU. Tell me why. Tell me why not.
You saying for the Bills?
Yeah.
What, to bring in Nick Chubb?
Yeah. I mean, the Browns have clearly made their direction known in drafting that cat out of OSU.
Isn't Chubb kind of cooked?
I don't know. I mean, if you want to go off of, no pun intended, Dalvin Cook's shelf life, isn't James on the precipice of being cooked?
Yeah. He's trying to get him out of here. You say 20 million was his last? He's got
embrace debate.
Yeah, I mean, he is a free agent. I mean, we do have Ray Davis, and we do have Ty Johnson. So, and then you have Frank Gore Jr. behind everybody. So, I mean, I don't see a need to bring in a 31-year-old Nick Chubb into this team.
29
years old.
So clearly, I've already tipped my hand that I'm grasping at straws already. I'm just trying to cause chaos.
That's okay. No, you're perfectly fine. But I mean, with the way that his injury happened, I mean, yes, he can still do but he just didn't look like himself last year, and I think that's why Cleveland decided to go with a running back this year, and leave him, on the free agent market. Like that injury was very close to being like a Willis McGahee type injury. Willis has happened at 22 years old, 21, 22 years old. So he still had a football life ahead of him. Nick Chubb is, when it happened, is 28 years old, 27, 28 years old, and he's, at that cusp for a running back where it's, there's only so many running backs that actually make it past 30 in the NFL.
Jordan Birch, good pick.
I would not be surprised, and this is not coming from inside information, if we're not going, because Matt, you and I know that we've kicked Blackmon's tires before.
Who?
I would Blackmon, the safety, last played for the Colts.
Oh yeah,
Will?
Justin Blackman.
Oh, Justin Blackman. Yeah.
I
thought it was William Blackman.
William Blackman. I got. Yeah,
I would not be surprised at the conclusion of this draft because Matt, I believe we reported it about 2 years ago how we were in the running for Blackman when that came up. I would not be surprised if that call's made.
Sorry, Julian Blackman.
Julian Blackman, yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
It's really going to depend on the rest of the draft. If somebody like an Xavier Watts falls to the Bills in the 4th,
I thought they were looking at Julian Blackman before they got Forrest.
We should have taken
Right?
Xavier Watson the 3rd,
That's what Matt wanted.
but I digress.
Yo, by the way, I want to give Whittle half credit with Landon Jackson. Like he said, he said the decision would be Landon in the first round, not the 3rd. So I mean, I'll award you a quarter point, Whittle.
Whittle gets a quarter point for that. Okay, he has one more quarter point.
I'll put it this way: he doesn't get to use his analogy. He doesn't get the Whole Foods frequent shopper points.
Yeah, he
gets the save right points.
Little 99-cent store points. Yeah, there you go. All right.
So
All right.
Brian, what do you think about Landon Jackson yourself?
I guess the thing is like how much is he really going to help the 2025 Bills? Right? Could it be after? If Bosa doesn't return, was there a better option that we could use for now? Is it? It's an okay pick for me. It's not my favorite of the night of the 3, but that's just my first reaction. I would have loved
I think he's your AJ replacement, not your Bosa replacement. I think they still got to figure out an elite edge rusher next year.
Yeah,
Landon Jackson, I don't think fits into any categorical mold of which we have in the roster. If you put him on tape right now, he covers an immense amount of ground east-west. Far more. He's not at the Milano level, but almost like a categorically different player than you could ever ask of Epinesa or even Vaughn in his prime. Throw that tape on, man. He can cover some east-west yards.
Yep, that's true.
He is a finisher. I'll say that about him. He closes a lot of ground
when he tackles.
Yeah. All right, Colts are up at 80 right now. Corner, Justin Whaley. Cincinnati's on the clock.
Yeah, they're another one who's had a good draft is the Bengals on defense. I mean, if Shamar Stewart works out for them, that's going to be a good team. They're going to be a good defense again.
I also like what Arizona's been doing. I think they've quietly had a low-key, really good draft.
Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, and Jordan Birch. Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, when it comes to gambling and when it comes to drafting, let's pit Jesse versus the Cleveland Browns. Who throws more shit on the board and fucking sometimes gets it right? Because Jesse has won a lot of fucking things this draft.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Shador Sanders not going in the second, not going in the first. Like, it's just.
Shador
Sanders is going to be a 4th round. He's going to be a 4th round.
You have Pittsburgh left. And
two Raiders.
And Cincinnati, Tennessee, and Pittsburgh. That's your next three picks.
Tennessee's it's.
No, I was saying that's the next 3 picks.
What do you guys think of slides?
I thought it was Tampa Bay.
When you guys think of slides, you think Aaron Rodgers, you think like Laramie Tunsil. This is going to go down as
This is a major slide. This is the worst
Colt Wood
slide.
territory. Like some Cali slides. You know,
Mhm.
like up in the hills and the canyons, man. Who predicted this?
The landslides, yeah. I got you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
this is
It's crazy.
Oh man, that's a good pick.
Who is it?
Dylan Fairchild for Cincinnati, the guard.
Mhm.
They needed it. They need offensive line.
Yep. Very solid. Yeah, the bottom line is with Shador Sanders again, when you're a quarterback and unless you have immense talent, right? If you have question marks like Shador Sanders does, I think Shador Sanders could still be a pretty good quarterback. There's a shot. But when you have the outside noise that he could come with, and some of it's not his fault, right?
Right. But without
It's
being
by
elite, right?
association.
Like,
Yeah, but also some of the stuff that they did, like he's got that whole like legendary thing in his maybe a nice little unassuming draft party would have been nice, stuff like that. You know what I mean? I just would have been going for that.
but also
And then
like
once you get
not
to the
not
league-
working out, not doing any of this stuff. Like just telling you're only you only want to go to certain teams. Like
I mean, Josh Allen ran
I don't
down the 40, looked like a duck in the water, right? Like, but he still did it, right? And
Yeah.
if you don't think that sticks, you're right. If Jake, if you don't think that sticks with teams,
it matters
when you have
for
your
sure.
CEO of your team,
Right.
you know,
I think that's the
listen,
point,
CEOs
especially as a quarterback, right? Like you're the leader, you're setting the tone, I just
you're the face. I mean,
yeah.
I remember just a weird analogy. I went to England and this past Christmas time. You know how many compliments I got on my Bills hat? You know how many comment from British people talk about Josh Allen? I can't tell
Yeah.
you. 15 more than that, just in the street. He's so noticeable right now. Like you're the face of the franchise, right? And when Shador Sanders, before he gets into the league, like how about you go quietly into the league, and then if you get in, then you start doing your marketing, then you start doing your thing, right? It's just,
Yeah, and
but-
I think a good comparison too was Cam Ward with him though, because Cam Ward's a lot of talk. He's a showman. He's very, very cocky. Like, but they do it different ways, right? Like
Yep.
you don't see him everywhere. He still participated in stuff, and I
listen,
don't know.
we need our quarterback to have a little cocky. I mean, Josh
Josh
is very brash
for
too.
sure.
I mean,
You know, I-
he's a
Yep.
a shit talker.
Real
Let's
quick,
just
not to
throw that
interrupt
over
you
there.
guys.
What's up?
John Scott, the reporter, Brandon Bean says Dwayne Carter will be one tech behind
That's,
Daquan Jones.
We talked about that.
Interesting.
I had heard rumors about that, and I mean, it makes sense. I hope he can do it, but it makes sense with the moves that they've made that's what they want, because otherwise we were all saying, what the hell are they going to do at one tech? So it makes sense. We'll see if he can do it. At least he doesn't have to hopefully do it as a major role, right off the rip. But the Ogunjobi makes more sense, and the TJ Sanders make more sense if Carter's going to be the one take.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that makes a little bit more sense, because now you got Ed Oliver with the backup of TJ Sanders, and then
Right.
Daquan with the backup of Dwayne Carter. And when Larry Ogunjobi comes back, he'll go behind. He'll kind of, play both positions. Not have.
I think
like
him
a true
him and Larry Ogunjobi will split. Sanders and him will, we'll do both.
Yeah.
On
And
passive
I'm
games.
I'm okay with that, especially with TJ Sanders, especially once once you get him up to his comfortable playing weight of 305 to 310 of what he said he's comfortable playing with. So I mean, and that can be, because we got to remember what is Daquan Jones, 303.
Yeah, he plays low 300s, under 310 for sure.
Carter? Yeah.
Daquan Jones.
Daquan.
They have him listed at 320, but I don't think that's right. I think he's less than
Yeah,
that.
he said he likes to play in the 310s.
I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, I tweeted this before. I mean, the Bills have this is the way they play defense, right?
Yep.
And I think some of us are looking for changes and vast changes
Even
in some of the
Star,
strategy.
right?
But yeah, unfortunately, that's just what they're going to do. I mean, we have to
Mm-hmm.
kind of live with it. It's hard. Yeah, I'm not trying to be negative or anything. It's just reality, right? But
Don, that's not that surprising. Winston he's legit, dude. I really like Kevin Winston a lot, man. Without the injury, he was every bit up there as a first round safety.
Winston just got picked by who?
Tennessee, man. Tennessee's having a good draft. Yeah, it's a steal. Dude is phenomenal.
Yep, I'm a Penn State fan.
He's so good.
Wanting the Bills to consider it.
So did I.
Really,
Fourth round. I think if he was in the fourth round, I think they would have thought about it.
Who's that?
Xavier
Winston?
Watts is still.
Yeah.
Xavier Watts is still on the board, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
I'm really surprised. That's
Man, I didn't know. Steelers got. Tennessee got Femi Oladejo. Like
Yeah, and
Ward,
Tyler Lockett
Femi
just
Oladejo.
signed there.
I wonder if this is Shedeur Sanders right here.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's got to pick Shedeur Sanders, right? I mean, like,
it's not. Listen, at this point, it's not a bad idea. I mean,
right? I agree.
Third round pick. If he doesn't work out, he doesn't work out.
I think so, man.
You know. Now, I wonder if Shedeur Sanders can go. Can he go back to college?
No.
I mean, I'm being
think so.
honest. Like,
I don't
if he
think
doesn't
so.
get picked, like, can he just say, "Why don't I just go back and try it again"?
It's got to be it, right? Did he get picked?
Wow,
that's what we're waiting.
No, they selected Caleb Johnson, running back. Wow.
Oh my god!
Holy crap!
Shedeur Sanders
I like
is
Caleb
going
Johnson
to-
a lot, and they needed a running back, but holy moly,
he is going to keep falling and falling and falling. This slide
He's
is
going
unheard
day.
of.
He's going day 3.
and it's not because of his playing ability at this point. Like it is not because of his
Like-
playability.
I still think it's partly that. I do.
I don't. I think it's all everything that comes with him.
Well, but you know what else too? I think we've hit the tipping point in the NFL in terms of quarterbacks that aren't mobile at all. Right? I just don't think teams really want that anymore. I think just how fast. Just look at how big and fast.
He's definitely not a running quarterback, man.
Yeah, these tackles are, and these these linebackers, and even the edges. Like it's just
Tampa pick.
it's a lot. It's a lot. You know what I mean? And I just
So when are the Bills pick next? 162? Is that their next pick?
No, they're up before that, aren't they?
The Bills
132.
Or 132? Or yeah, hold on.
Yeah, the 30th pick in the 4th round.
Yes. '30th pick in the 4th round.
What number is that?
And
Was that 132?
And the Bills still have picks 169, 170, and 173 late in the 5th round. And they still have the first pick in the 6th round, number 177.
That was a
And
great
pick
trade.
number
That's the Boogie
206.
Basham trade, isn't it?
Yep.
Pick?
Yeah,
Number
30,
2.
41, 72, 132, 169,
Ooh,
170.
Chiefs just traded up, by the way.
Oh, lovely.
Watts. Watch they go Watts. Just to piss you off, Matt.
With the
Like at this
177th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
That'd be
Huh.
funny.
Could you imagine?
Oh, man. Bucks, man. What a great pick. Jacob Parrish, man. Love Jacob
Yeah,
Parrish.
Jacob Parrish. Yeah.
That's a really good pick.
Bucks
Good
have had a
pick
pretty
for
solid
them.
draft.
They've had a good draft, man. Benjamin Morrison and then Jacob Parrish. Like, woof. Talk about revamping your secondary. All right, trade. Chiefs are
one-
up.
One off season. They
Right.
fixed their cornerback room.
Those are two good corners, man. Waiting to see what the compensation was.
Yeah, I mean they have every right to be happy, and they got good value out of him. They got good value out of Morrison. Like,
Dude, this is so bad. I gotta send this to our group chat. Matt, you gotta watch that video. Noel Williams. Damn, Whittle's gonna be mad. Chiefs got Noel Williams. Good player.
Oh, they did. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Whittle's
he's
not.
gonna
Whittle's
like
gonna be
that. No.
pissed.
Yep.
Good player.
Chiefs are actually low key having a really good draft. Too.
Really good draft. Yeah, really good.
Well, are we really surprised? I mean, the Chiefs.
They either have really good drafts or bad drafts though. Like they don't really have in between. Like their classes are either out of this world or terrible, and this is shaping up to be a really good class, man. I hate to say that.
That video, like I hope he was just joking. I
that
hope
really
he was just
him?
messing around. I really hope he was just messing around. Like
Brian,
if
it's
we
a
see
video
that
of
on the
Landon
field-
Jackson looking guy that could be Landon Jackson at like the Elite 11 or something doing a bags drill as a D lineman, but he's like super skinny and it's really, really awkward.
Oh boy.
Really awkward. All right, Chargers up. Pick is in. Giannis is at 37 points for those
Go Jeffy.
playing along.
Let me do a little math here for you guys.
Do some math.
Copy. All right, let's see here.
That is him. Greg from Cover One has confirmed that is a very lanky high school Landon Jackson running the bags drill. I'm sure you'll see it all over social media.
Okay,
whatever.
here's my number for you.
Whatever.
9.596. The average
9.5 what?
9.596, almost
The
9.6.
RAS scores for the Bills.
Those are the average RAS scores of our 3 draft picks.
Not a surprise, right? With how they've been drafting the last couple of years.
Yeah.
High on traits and athleticism.
Mm-hmm. And character and things like that. I mean, generally speaking, I still think, they value that. So this is who the Bills are. I mean, so that's it. That's a real interesting nugget about Carter being a one tech. So that's why we didn't take the one tech. There's our answer.
Yep.
Right.
Makes sense.
I mean,
yeah.
And listen, I thought Carter was showing some flashes before he, towards the end there. I'm curious. We give him another year.
Yeah, and with the especially when Ogunjobi comes back, you're not going to need Carter to play a lot of snaps. He's going to play 30% at the most.
Yeah, I mean, because you're gonna, Daquan Jones is gonna play 30. He's gonna play 30% of the snaps. I mean, you're gonna be able to mix and match with a lot of those guys, and play a lot of stunts off there. I hate the fact that I hate it when coaches talk out of both sides of their mouth. Just like I get it, but you don't want to tip your hat or anything like that. But if somebody asks you a point blank question, and then basically makes you feel like you've been lied to a little bit, like
what do you mean they got bigger?
Yeah,
I mean not really.
What do you mean?
How have they gotten bigger? Ogunjobi's under 305.
Landon
right
Jackson's
now,
big. TJ Sanders is big.
Tall. He's tall.
He's 280.
I'm just saying, like, it's
TJ Sanders said he's going to play over 300, 310.
I know what they said. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All I'm saying is I just wish that, it would come out and, say what you mean, not what you say, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if,
kind of like everything that Kevin Adams, be the opposite of him, basically. Did I just interject that thought there? What
you did?
I had to. I couldn't resist. It was you threw it up there like a volleyball serve. I had to spike it through.
Yeah,
I had to bring him up.
I'm just like I said. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with the draft. I like the draft. I'm worried about Landon Jackson with the injuries. I get that they were earlier in his career, but he's now had 2 ACL tears of the same knee. So that scares me a little bit. But TJ Sanders, as long as he's playing over the 305 to 310, I'm fine with that.
Chargers, man, having a good draft.
Yeah, they really are.
They just went Caldwell. Really like him.
Oregon defensive
Yeah.
tackle. Yeah.
Yeah. So Marion Hampton, Trey Harris, and now Jamari Caldwell. There's your big body you want it.
Yeah, and that's kind of I mean, we all sit here and we're saying get a one tech, get a one tech.
I think the counter to that though is that's not what the Bills have been missing. Like they haven't lost and been bounced in the playoffs because their run defense has been poor. It's their coverage, it's been pass rush. So I mean, to me, I don't think that's a big need. People might think so, but again, like we're not losing games because we're getting run out of the gym. We were 5 years ago, right? That first Chiefs playoff game for sure. But I think that's changed, and now it's coverage has got to get better. It's got to be tighter. I think, and the pass rush has got to get better too, right? And so those are the 2 areas that I think they addressed in this draft so far. And so that's where I'm happy with. I'm not necessarily so concerned with getting a big one tech that's got to plug the middle. Like I don't think that's where we've been losing or getting knocked.
Well, and that's the only other thing is I think that brings another attribute to being able to rush Terrell Bernard, being able to rush Matt Milano, being able to rush Dorian Williams, because you're keeping those guys off of them to keep them more clean. So it's not necessarily that you're having the big guy rush the passer or keep guys off the running back or anything like that. You're getting guys to keep us, getting that guy to have 2 or 3 guys take 2 or 3 guys out and keep Terrell Bernard, Dorian Williams.
But again, that's more
Terrell
like
Bernard.
on the run D side. Like we don't really play that style anyway. Like we're not asking the one tech to 2 gap or to eat double teams. We want them penetrating and getting upfield and shooting gaps. And so again, it's a stylistic thing with being. I'm not saying right or wrong. Just that's not the style that they've ever wanted. They've always wanted their guys to get upfield and to be more disruptive. And so, especially with teams going more to zone rushing, and so I don't know. I just don't think that's the style they want to play. And then those guys don't bring the juice for pass rush. There's very few guys in the NFL that are true one techs, right? That can bring pass rush. And so if they're not going to bring the pass rush, then I would much rather have one of these Bills hybrid guys that can get after the passer, because interior pass rush has been what the Bills have lacked in big games. And you could say Ed is, that's where you got Ed, but again, like you said, even occupying blockers on the interior and getting interior pressure is the key. So I'd like to have another guy on the inside. That's why I've been disappointed with not using Greg Rousseau on the interior. Like I really want them to reduce him back inside again. They did not do that very much last year. And so yeah, if TJ Sanders can get after the passer on the interior, then I'm happy about that. I think that's where I would rather them go. If Landon Jackson lets them reduce Gruden side, or he reduces inside, I think that's going to help them as well in closing out these games. We need closers, not necessarily.
Anybody checked on Aaron Rodgers lately? Like with Green Bay just taking another receiver.
Well, let's go to parts unknown in Egypt and see if he's in his.
Oh my God! They just took Savion Williams.
He's not even a receiver. he's a running back. I don't know what he is.
He's a hybrid. I mean, they have him listed as wide receiver, so he might be a.
Does that mean they're going to move someone, you think? I mean, they have like 12 wide receivers now.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I like Golden a lot, but I like Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
But it's Christian Watson on his way out. I know he's off, injury, but Wicks, Dubs, like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
All right. Well, gents, I'm gonna head out. Matt,
All right, Brian.
I will see you tomorrow.
Brian,
I will see you in the morning.
Pleasure, Jake.
Definitely
Absolutely.
join
Yes.
us for.
Yeah.
Not wrong. Someone's got to take a flyer on them.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I even
gonna-
think the Rams here wouldn't be a bad.
That'd be good.
Take.
If I'll tell you what, if I were Shador Sanders,
I'd want to
I
go
would
there,
not
right?
mind.
I mean,
Yeah, but-
Hell yeah.
I mean,
And I don't think Stafford's going to feel like pressured or anything. Like, you just say, whenever you're done, Matt, this is our guy that's going to be ready. Until then, it's your team.
could you see Jacksonville taking him?
No, not after paying Lawrence last year.
No, I know. I just think it's funny.
I don't know, man. Milton, he thinks Milton over Sanders.
I have a good
Now,
night,
Mil-
guys.
Mil-
I will see you.
All right, Brian.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me,
Brian.
on, guys. Have a good night.
Always,
Yeah, absolutely.
man.
We'll see you in the morning for Hockey Hotline. Definitely
Right,
see you
Early
tomorrow
Rocky
morning.
Hotline to Whale and the
Yes, sir.
Steelers. Have a good one.
Brutal, man.
All right. Bye.
Bring the palm trees.
We will. And I'm down in Tampa, and they don't have taxes down here, so I'm in Kevin Adams' wheelhouse.
Did you move there? Or are you just visiting?
No, I'm here. I'm here at my mom's. I'm taking care of her
Okay.
for a while, so
You're in Don territory, man.
Yeah?
He's down there. Yeah, they're building a Duff's down there. Do you know that?
Is that right? Where?
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah.
open a Duff's in Tampa.
Is that soon?
I'm
Or
not
no?
sure. There is a real good wing spot though that Don and I go to.
Where?
Like
What's it called?
PJ's something. I can text it to you or send it on Slack.
Absolutely. Please, yes.
The guy's
that'd be
from
great.
Buffalo area too, or not? I guess
Oh,
not Buffalo, but
please, yes.
like
Send
New
it
York
to me.
area. Okay, I'll send it.
thanks,
It's real
man.
good.
Yeah, Jake.
Thomas
Absolutely.
Pease. There you go.
Thomas Pease.
Thomas
Look
Pease.
at Don. All right, there you
Yeah.
go. All right.
Check it out.
Is that in
Hey, he was
Tampa?
there tonight.
Don was there tonight. Yeah. Yeah. It's just what is it, Don? It's west of the airport. Just west of the airport.
Apollo Beach. I'm by Apollo Beach, so I'm a little bit
Okay.
south of there. So I'm just getting to know this area a little bit. I don't know it that well. So sports bar and patio, is that right? Thomas
Yeah,
Pease
it's like
Sports
10
Bar and
minutes
Patio?
from the airport.
Okay.
West of the airport.
Excellent.
So
Henderson.
check it out there.
Henderson Road.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it now. So I'll always take that. That's awesome. So thank you, Don. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
The,
Enjoy.
I draft Dylan Cousins.
Oh my god, dude.
Student is
brutal.
out of control right now. What a surprise. I love it. Oh,
Wyatt
man.
Millam, that's a good pick for Jacksonville. I thought. the
So
Bills
we're going on. We're going on
take him.
8 hours now for the last
Matt,
2 days
you-
of draft coverage. But
Are you doing this
got
tomorrow
another.
too?
I got Hockey Hotline tomorrow. Whittle's doing tomorrow's show. I'm not touching that
All right.
one.
I may pop on Whittle's show tomorrow. I might.
Yeah,
make an
definitely,
appearance.
definitely help Whittle out. It's going to be a long day.
Try to
for
calm him down. Try to calm Whittle down tomorrow, which is not an easy task.
or
But I'll
poke,
try.
or poke the bear,
Seriously.
whichever one.
I'll probably do both.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Give me your top 3 UDFA's before you go
13.
in football right now in the NFL.
Yeah,
He's just going crazy, man. He's just going out of
I
control.
don't even know. I've been thinking in that terms because the Bills don't have.
Oh,
any
we got a
cap.
trade here. Oh, so NFL Network hasn't even caught up. The Texans and Jags traded, so that's why the Texans
Oh.
took guard Wyatt Millam. That makes more sense.
All right, guys, have a good one. I do have to go.
Yep.
Have a good night.
All right.
All right, be good.
Yep. Have a good night.
DJ, thank you.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Man, I hate how NFL Network doesn't like talk about these trades or say anything about them. It's so
Yeah, they
weird.
literally just put it up in the bottom corner and it says trade, and it's
Yeah,
like
it's so weird.
okay.
Makes it really hard to follow along. Yeah, so Jaguars traded up and took West Virginia offensive lineman Wyatt Millam. Traded with
Yeah.
Houston.
What do we got left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. So here's the thing. Las Vegas has 2 picks at the end of this round.
Yeah, they got to take him with one of them. They got to.
That's got to be the spot for Shador Sanders, right? Like at the end of
Raiders
the
or
draft,
Rams pick is
or end of the
in,
round.
unless it's here. That would be sick. I would
Did
love
you
that
see?
fit.
Did you see the McVay press conference with Les Snead last night?
No,
He
I don't
said,
think so.
oh, you haven't had a first round pick for 7 years, but you have 2 next year. How's it feel? He goes, right
Yeah, I
now.
heard that. Right now, yeah, they trade them all over, man.
Jesus Christ.
That they need to trade for Tyreek Hill, man. I think that would be.
They need to do something.
That would be an insane fit on that team.
Yeah, for him and Stafford to play together. I mean,
God, with Puka working underneath and like across the middle, God.
Yeah. I mean,
Crazy.
So at this point right now, like, who would you say like the winners are of the day, or of the off season now, with the draft being pretty much, I don't want to say complete, because you do still have rounds 4 through 7, and that's where you get a lot of value picks and things like that. But it really comes down to, like, who do you think has won the draft or won the off season so far?
I mean, without like doing a deep dive, I don't.
Yeah, just initial thoughts.
I mean, you got Chicago's got to be up there with all the moves they made. Surrounding Caleb. Tight end, wide receiver, offensive tackle, and their first picks. In the draft, and then how they loaded up on the offensive line for him. Obviously, the coach. So I got to put Chicago up there. I think Baltimore has got to be up there with what they've done. I've really liked what Carolina's done. It's been sneaky, but I like what they've done as well. Arizona
Chargers love what they've done.
Yep,
love what they've
Chargers
done in the off season. So
Denver. I mean, Denver is, that defense is gross, and then they
Yeah.
just went running back, wide receiver.
Riley Moss and Patrick Surtain, and then you add Jade Brown or Barron.
Yeah, Jade Barron. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
I think Detroit's. I obviously the coordinators you got to see there if we're talking the full off season, but I like what they've done. Tyleek Williams, and then getting guard and wide receiver. Like students said, Baltimore. I think Kansas City as well.
Baltimore is they're terrifying. Like that defense. Like you add Mike Green and you add Malachi Starks to the back end.
And they're about to be up again here, so with a lot of good players still on the board. Like if they go Jalen Royals, I'm gonna be so mad.
God. Yeah, I mean, what do they got on? What do they got on offense now? They got Zay Flowers. They got
Hopkins, Bateman.
Yeah. I mean, it's just literally, like they were clamoring to play together like 5 years ago. Hopkins, Henry, and Lamar Jackson, and now they finally got their wish.
Yeah.
So,
they said that the Seattle's already on the clock. I haven't even seen the Rams pick.
Yeah.
Or Baltimore. Rams take Josiah Stewart. God, such a good fit.
It is. It's a
bring that speed guy, that has the bend around the corner, and then you got all the beef and stuff. God, so good.
Where's the beef?
God, dude,
I know.
Student is just out of control, man. You can't even read what he's writing. Just gotta let it go. Let it go. Let it go. All right, so Baltimore's on the clock.
Who'd the Rams take? You said
the Rams
Stewart.
took Josiah Stewart, man.
Loved him out of Michigan. As much as I hate Michigan, Josiah Stewart was one of the better edge rushers in the draft. Loved him from an athletic standpoint.
His pass rush win rate, unreal, man. Like
unreal.
20-something%, just crazy.
Yeah, he was up there. And
Braden Swinson's still on the board. It's crazy from.
Yeah, that one surprises me too. I would not be surprised to see the Bills tomorrow move up to get somebody like him. I can't believe Xavier Watts is still on the board.
Me neither.
Like
Yeah.
like that. No matter how you feel about him in any sense, that he should have been gone in the second round, and now he's lasted this far into the third round, and it's
There's
just
got to be
crazy to
some
me,
type
but
of injury concern, right? That's the only reason.
yeah.
All right.
So who
Emory
is the
Jones is Ravens pick. LSU lineman.
Yep.
I wonder if the Bills would go the William and Mary lineman, Charles Grant.
I don't know.
Just because the connection.
Yeah.
They do have a sneaky need, though, on the interior next year. But, again, I don't know if they address that. If they do, it might be late.
Yeah, I mean, they got to so Osiris becomes eligible after this year for an extension. I definitely think he's somebody who needs an extension. David Edwards needs it needs an extension. Connor McGovern needs an extension. Obviously, if they choose to let David Edwards kind of go, they're going to need a left guard to play next to Deion Dawkins and Connor
McGovern's interesting / concerning. I'm not sure they're going to want to pay him. Like, can they afford what he's going to want?
Well, it depends on what he wants. I mean,
the center market's going up, man, and if he plays, as well as he did last year or better, it's gonna get really expensive.
Well, and that's why I thought he was going to be an extension candidate this year.
They tried, right? They were in talks. It just didn't materialize. I think that was their plan, was to lock him up, at least for a couple years.
Well, and that's the thing. We still got some off season left. We definitely, the Bills have some money left.
They got Van Pren Granger too. I mean, sitting there as well. Obviously Alec as well. Can play. The guard spot either side if they have to fill one of those. Grable as well.
Yeah, Tylen Grable. Definitely interesting to see what they do, because you take a top three offensive line.
Jalen Milroe just went to Seattle before Shadur. Holy moly! I love that though for Seattle. At this spot, I mean, you got to find the long-term quarterback, right? And Darnold's obviously not it, but you don't have. You do not want to play Milroe right away, and now you don't have to.
No.
You just tell everyone it's Darnold's team. He's going to play and let Milroe develop, right, for a year. But
that is
I do like that. You're swinging for traits, right? And Milroe's got it. I mean, his running ability is, unreal.
And that's what you do in the draft. That's what the draft is all about, is trying to get the most value with the most traits. And
right,
it's a combination of both.
Pretty good draft, man. Zabel, Nick Emenwari.
Yeah, Nick Emenwari going up. Recreate the Legion of Boom. That kid can hit. He can play. I love Nick Emenwari. I wish he was a better fit for the Bills, where they could have taken him. But
definitely not a fit for.
He's not a fit for what this team needed. So
Seattle has 4 quarterbacks now. They got Howell, Locke.
They were trying to trade Howell.
I saw that. They're gonna have to get rid of somebody eventually.
Yeah. Speaking of what you were talking about earlier before Student hopped on with the trades, we heard a lot about Sam Howell potentially getting traded, George Pickens getting traded.
I heard that. Yeah, I would love Pickens, as a player. I cannot stand his attitude, on the field.
Yeah,
he
absolutely
plays so soft for somebody of his ability. I think he's an unbelievable player. But man, Cincinnati against Baltimore, they were getting under his skin, man. He was just cowering. It was crazy to watch for someone as physically gifted as he is. So
And then who else? Because we were talking about player trades. Who else was another one that was potentially on the move?
they were talking Olave could be. They were saying Jordan
Yeah.
Addison was another one.
Yeah. James
I think
Cook potentially.
James Cook, Emerson, the corner from Cleveland. Now I think could be.
Same thing
potential.
with the other corner from Cleveland, Newsome. They were talking about him as
Newsome,
well.
yeah, yep.
But it's crazy that nothing materialized. Like nothing.
Right. I was talking about that earlier. Like, I was there. I thought for sure we'd see some player moves today, and you've seen nothing. It's kind of wild. You usually always see at least one.
Yeah,
but maybe it waits for tomorrow. I don't know. I'd be shocked if we went a whole draft without a player moving.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean that just like it kind of blows my mind a little bit, like to sit here and not have a single player movement or hear of at like scrolling Twitter while we're sitting here. Like there's nothing. There's no rumors of anybody looking to, make trades or anything like that. Like, last year you're bombarded with them, and now this year, like literally, there's nothing. So I mean, it's just
New Orleans pick is in,
and we're definitely going to be here with you for another. For another at
you
least
right over there.
Yeah, I was looking at something. I went to look at something on TikTok, and
TikTok.
Well, I was checking the Maxwell Harrison video. That thank you to everybody who's gotten that as high as it is right now. It's almost at 200,000 views. It's
great pick. Sanker went. Jonas Sanker went to.
Yep.
New Orleans, but that is crazy that he went above Watts, man. Like, there's got to be. So I don't know much about Watts. I didn't do a ton of film on him just because I didn't think he was a Bills target because I thought he'd go early. But it's got to be injury related. Is he had the knee, right? Is that what it was? What was his?
Well, Benjamin Morrison was the hip. I didn't think Watts had really a. Hold on.
Yeah, check his injury history because he's got to be. Shoulder injury.
Notable injury incident involved an apparent fake injury during a game against Georgia where he fell down after his shoe came off.
He left the game and entered the injury tent, but later returned to the game. But there's not an actual real injury concern for him?
That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, Watts fall against Georgia sparked debate. I'm looking. I'm checking the actual like injury things and things like that. So give me 1 second here.
Yeah, unless there's some off the field thing we don't know about, but I'd never heard anything about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Cleveland's up.
He saw time after Kyle Hamilton went down with a knee injury.
All right, let's see what Cleveland does. Could they take Shedeur?
That would be something, taking him in the end of the third.
Right. Yeah. At this point, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't fault anyone for taking him.
No.
Just because I think he's a legit NFL quarterback. I just don't know if he's like, I don't think he has the ceiling, but just everything, the baggage that comes with it. If he's just going to be a backup, that's a lot. All right, pick is in. Let's see what it is. Oh my God. Most Browns insane draft pick I think I've ever seen. It's a quarterback. You want to guess who it is?
No, who is it?
It is Dylan Gabriel.
out of Oregon. Jesus
Yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah. Ahead of Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord, Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, and Shadur Sanders.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
What
a Cleveland
the
gonna Cleveland pick.
Browns doing, dude? He has no upside either, Dylan Gabriel. Like, I just he doesn't have any traits. Maybe I should say that. He's just not a traitsy guy at all. Like, I just what? Okay. That is insane. This is definitely like a boycotting thing, it seems like at this point. Like, it's just too wild. Yeah, man, RJ Harvey's so good. Oh. What was Denver's overall class? Let's see.
For this year?
They went RJ Harvey. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's a really good fit. Slasher. Man.
So here's a question for you. So I actually saw this on somebody else's podcast, but I thought it was very interesting. Would you trade Bo Nix for the next like if you're Tennessee, would you trade Bo Nix for the next first 3 like picks? Like first round picks.
So like your next 3 years of first round picks?
Correct.
For Bo Nix?
Yes, if you're Denver, would you do that?
No.
Not from a Tennessee side. Like if you're Denver, would you trade the number one overall pick? I think if I'm either team, I wouldn't do that. Now in any year, maybe different story. This year, no. Yeah.
Oh man. Just wild, man. I'm just like shook right now with some of these quarterback picks. Torrey Horton, I really like. He's still there. I really like this as a spot for the Bills to come up and get someone if they like him. But yeah, Horton, Ty Felton, Jalen Royals, they're all still there. Kamir Dyke from Florida is still there. Another speed guy, size. Mm-hmm. Dante Thornton is still there.
Yeah, Dante Thornton. I'd love for them to get Dante Thornton. I think he's I like Jalen Royals, but I don't know if they're going to come up and get him.
Right.
And I mean, weirder things have happened, especially this year. But I
really like Torrey Horton, man. I really like him.
Yeah. Yeah, he cost me some money this year. Asshole.
I'm kind of surprised Alec Ayumanor is there.
Ayumanor,
sorry.
Yeah,
Ayumanor from Stanford.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he's there just because of his ability to block and play outside.
Well, people like talk, national pundits and everything like that had him going in the top 40. And he's still there. Yeah.
He's got the size and he does get vertical some, good catch radius, and pick is in for New England at 95. 7 picks left. Patriots selection. Who do they got coming out? Is that White? Who is that on stage?
James White?
Yeah, who is that on stage for the Patriots?
I'm looking right now. I might be a little bit behind you on Fubo.
Okay. Yeah, they didn't put a name down or anything. Jared Wilson, center for Georgia, who New England went with. Makes sense. They want to get some more maulers and be able to run the ball.
Is that James White?
I don't know.
That's what I'm just seeing him come out right now. That's why I
Oh,
was
okay.
asking.
They never put the name underneath him on NFL Network.
They didn't on ESPN either.
Hmm.
I think it is James White.
It looks like him. That's hilarious.
What?
Browns are the worst QB acquiring franchise in history. Ted
I mean,
Nguyen.
as good a coach as Kevin Stefanski is,
They also traded for Kenny Pickett.
they also
What?
traded for Deshaun Watson. Like, come on, let's be serious. Like,
Yeah.
they will. The Browns are going to Brown until the end of time, apparently.
Damn. Shedeur Sanders got prank called by somebody pretending to be an NFL team.
Oh
And
my!
they said, have to wait a little longer. Damn, that's lame. All right, Falcons picks in. They're coming out.
Didn't he just change his phone number too?
Probably, but that's insane. They have it all on video.
Oh jeez.
I mean, that's their own fault for having
Oh
cameras
yeah.
in a tent and a party and.
Oh, Falcons trade.
Oh, they traded with somebody or traded up? You mean?
I think they traded up.
Yeah, they had to because they're making the
Yeah.
pick right now.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They're the ones who traded. Like I said, I'm probably 20 seconds behind you on Fubo.
Oh, it's your boy. Xavier
Xavier?
Watts finally went. Yep.
Good.
To Atlanta. That's a good landing spot for him, man. What, him
Pair
and
him
Jesse
with-
Bates?
Pair him
Woo.
with Jesse Bates. That's going to be a good tandem as well.
Yeah. I think wasn't some people comping him with Jesse Bates?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just like, I can't believe that Shedeur Sanders is still sitting there. Obviously, Las Vegas has 2 picks coming up, and Tom Brady's probably the one running the pick out.
Right. Right. That makes a lot of sense for him to go there with one of these picks. A lot of sense. But hey, still really good players that I'm surprised are still there. Joshua Farmer's still there. Jalen Royals. Who else?
There's a lot of
Braden
value.
Swinson still
Yeah.
there.
There's a lot of value in the fourth through 7th round tomorrow, and I wonder if that's why Bean was much better. Okay, getting a 7th rounder tomorrow.
They need a
obviously-
punter. Like, take a punter with the 7th round pick. They cannot go into the season with Camarda or who's the other guy?
I don't know. I don't remember who they just signed.
Worst
but,
punter in the league in 2023.
yes.
Peters or something.
Yeah. Camarda, I'm fine. I'm fine with Camarda. I mean,
He was not good. Texans selection 97.
the pick is in. Let's make the pick.
They're reading it right now.
But the Falcons have had a quietly good draft.
Yeah, you could argue they overpaid, but Jalen Smith, corner from USC. Yeah, you could argue they overpaid for James Pierce, especially with other guys on the board like Donovan Ezeraku, Nick Scorton, Mike Green. But if you hit on Pierce's ceiling, right? Like,
yeah. Well, and that's the thing with James Pierce. Like, everybody had him like top 15 until everything came out about whatever he had going on. So
yeah.
And then he
For
fell.
sure.
And then he fell. Like, the bottom fell right out from him. And
All right, we got 5 picks left? Vegas, San Francisco, Philly, and Minnesota.
yep, I'm very interested to see Jalen Smith just went. Okay. But I'm very interested to see these next 2 picks. These next 2 picks are where, like,
Yeah.
do they like turn in both picks at the same time and make the announcement at the same
He's
time?
got to go here, man. He's got to. I mean, they're up again early in the round 4 too, so I guess they don't have to take him now. If there's other players they like, I would go for it. Minnesota is a sneaky, interesting one too. insurance for JJ McCarthy. Maybe you want to, play, maybe he even gets the ability to play, but geez.
Yeah. Yeah, because you never know if somebody's going to be the same after an ACL injury. So,
hey, Neffy, did you have Dylan Gabriel going before Shitter Sanders too? Because that happened.
no, but we literally said
what are the odds of that, dude? No, but what are the odds if you had Dylan Gabriel? Like, was that even a bettable?
Right?
I mean, I'm sure a book would take your money because of that.
We literally had Shug and Milrow going before Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, and Dart. So what? Has there been 4 QBs already? Take 5 QBs.
5, yeah, because you had Cam Ward, you had Jackson Dart, you had Shug, you had
Gabriel Milrow.
Gabriel Milrow. I feel like there was one more.
Pixon. Dude, Houston's made like 5 trades.
Did they come up and make another trade?
They just traded, like 2 picks ago to trade it up.
Oh, yeah. Pick
is
in.
Just showing what it was.
Who we got? Is anybody going to?
Chase is saying that that Georgia center Jared Wilson will immediately be the starting center for New England.
I'm not surprised by that.
They were pretty bad on the offensive line. Let's see. Who's it going to be? Still don't know. It's not been reported. What's next? Quinn Ewers over Shedeur.
Oh my.
Kyle McCord.
Will Howard,
yeah.
Mel Kiper is going to blow his brains out live on stage in front of millions of people. Childhoods will be ruined.
I couldn't watch. I didn't use any sound for ESPN or NFL Network because all they wanted to talk about was Shedeur, man. It was so annoying. They weren't even talking about any other players. Like, so bad. Raiders so far, I really like I like all 3 of their draft picks so far. I like them all. Porter, I really liked as a Bills guy if they were going to wait for corner. Jack Besh, we talked about. I really liked him too. Mm-hmm. Just a guy who gets open, really good blocker. Kind of like Gabe Davis, Matt Collins blocking, but better route runner than both of them.
Yeah. They just re-signed Max Crosby this year to a bigger deal to keep him happy there, and then literally days later, Myles Garrett goes back on his word and takes $40 million to stay in Cleveland.
But he wanted to win. He didn't care about the money. He wanted to win.
Yeah, and then he was asked like the next day or whatever. I thought you wanted to win or something like that. And
all right,
what's the thing with the quarterback?
Yeah, he said I like their plan that they pitched me. What's their plan? Flacco?
Bringing Flacco back?
All right, here it is. He's telling a goddamn story first. Know your role, bro. Just announce the pick.
Announce both of them, please.
Yeah, seriously. That would be really nice. Should be illegal not to. All right, here it is. It is not Shedeur. It is center Caleb Rogers, Texas Tech.
Wow.
And the Raiders are still on the clock.
Great. Lovely.
All right. Come on.
I feel like Chris Farley there. Good, great.
Right.
No yelling on the bus.
I'm having fun.
Yeah.
4 picks left. A lot of good players. A lot of receivers.
Yeah. Las Vegas, one more pick. San Francisco, Philadelphia, Minnesota. What do you see for San Francisco?
Let me pull up San Francisco real quick.
Because they took Michael Williams, they took Alfred
Alfred
Collins.
Collins, and then Nick Martin, who I
Yep.
really liked. Offensive line, corner. I think those are the spots. Maybe sneaky could be wide receiver, but I think offensive line or corner would be probably where I'd go for San Francisco. Let's see who's available. I know we just had a run on offensive linemen, but Charles Grant is there. I talked about him. Marcus Mabeau from Purdue, Miles Frazier, LSU. Corner's a little thin right now. There's Quincy Riley, who I had liked. I watched some film on him, thinking he could be a Bills pick.
Yeah.
I could see wide receiver though for them too, just because of the way this board is falling.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of wide receiver talent left in the later rounds here, and
you could have your pick. There goes Charles Grant, just like to the Raiders. So another lineman off the board
and Shedeur is not going to get drafted in this final or in the final picks of the third round.
I don't know. Minnesota could. San Francisco, you never know with them, dude. Maybe they don't want to pay Purdy. Maybe they want to maybe bring in some competition that can help with negotiations.
See the value there, and
right.
At this point in the third round,
I put nothing past San Francisco. Right, they do some interesting stuff.
Yeah, at this point, it's gotta be something. Like teams are boycotting Deion's son. I don't know. I mean, it not to be weird or anything like that, but it just kind of feels that way. Like
he's a lot better player than this. I do believe that.
Like he was told since his freshman year at Jackson State, he's probably going to be a top 5 pick. You're probably going to, and then the next year goes to Colorado. You're probably going to be a top 5 pick, and then this year you are a top 5 pick. Cam Ward overtakes him as number 1 overall, and now Shedeur is falling.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, was the way overhype, and then the way he carried himself and the. Not working out, acting like they were going to only go to certain teams. And then apparently his interviews were very bad. He was, real cocky and not.
Well, and that's the thing when you're when you're Deion Sanders and you're telling the New York Giants, who have like a lower pick and not even anywhere near the top 5, that you're not going to read their playbook because you're not going to be there. Okay, fine. Like, understandable. But when you're Shedeur Sanders and you're sitting there saying, oh, my jersey got retired, you're not having good interviews, and you I don't care how, if your attitude off the field is horrible, there's nobody that people aren't going to take an op or a flyer on you.
Yeah.
Not that I've heard, honestly. I don't think that he's done anything other than, and it's not even really him that has the crappy attitude. It's just a vibe around him. And it's the, his not testing, his not, him not taking interviews seriously.
We have a trade.
Okay.
The Broncos trade with the Eagles for number 101.
Okay, so that's the next pick. So San Francisco's pick is in. We're just waiting for the NFL Network to figure themselves out because they're in a commercial right now.
I wonder who they're targeting.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's defense again to, continue.
Wow. Dude.
What?
They traded 111, 130, and 191 to the Eagles for 101 and 134. So really, I guess Eagles get to move up 4 picks and from 130 to 134 and then 191. Okay.
So the Eagles traded up with who?
Eagles traded 101 and 134.
To who?
Denver.
Okay. Jeez. Wonder what
Yeah,
Denver's
so
coming to take.
Denver's got to be targeting something. I don't know. Let me look at Denver real quick. D tackle, center, tight end. Maybe this is a tight end spot, like Gunnar Helm or someone like that.
Yeah, it could be
Or
that.
wide receiver again, double dip at wide receiver. I don't know. Mitchell Evans, maybe. Thomas Fadone. I don't know. Interesting spot for them. All right, 49ers making the pick finally. Joshua Farmer, man, for Denver would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That would be gross on that D line. God.
Yeah.
All right. Upton Stout, corner, San Francisco.
I like Stout.
Yeah.
I did like Stout.
I guess maybe I thought it was a little above where he would go, but I guess everyone else went, right? So it was Quincy Riley, him, Zaw Frazier, Dorian Strong still there, Zy Alexander, Tommy Hill, Kobe Bryant. There's still some guys there. Maybe they really liked him over the other guys.
That's something like if the Bills were going to double dip, I'd love to see them take Kobe Bryant. I'd love to see that because I loved his tape out of Kansas.
I mean, Dorian Strong. If they didn't see, I think with signing Dane Jackson and Trey though, kind of takes the double dip out for me, just because you got who's filling what spots, and obviously I'd rather have the cost controlled rookie, but.
Well, and that's the other thing.
They don't fit the system. They don't know the defense yet. I don't know if you want your CB3. I guess.
But they got to get to 90 players. I mean, like in some way, shape, or
for
form.
Sure.
So
maybe that's your 6th or 7th round type.
Well, and that's kind of what I was saying. Not necessarily the 4th. Like
maybe Mello Dotson then late. Like that's a guy I could see. Isa Waxter, Odell Fortune. All right, let's see what the pick is for Denver, and then it's Minnesota, and then done for the night.
We are done for the night. Real quick before this goes off, I'm going to play the sponsors. I want to thank everybody that's been watching us the last couple of nights. Definitely been a good time. Definitely watch out because Don will be announcing the giveaway winner on Twitter. Wow. He'll be reaching out to you and everything like that. So.
Broncos went up and got Savion Jones.
Wow.
The edge from LSU.
For the best Italian food in Western New York, Elliot Apollo's, call 716-825-3675. The Lardon Construction Group.
Fubo TV, the official streaming service of Do Champions. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of Do Champions.
For all your summertime needs, beauty pools, as well as kayak pools.
CX Chronicles, your total customer solutions focused manager. W.GG, the official energy drink of Do Champions.
Hey, Sons of Erie, our artwork looks better on your walls. Hamburg Brewing, please visit our tap room on Boston State Road, Hamburg, New York. And finally,
Fat Boy Surf Club for all your surfing needs.
All right, and real quick, I'm just going to play the Maxwell Harrison video that we have, of him, so you can kind of see some of his highlights here real quickly. It's about 47 seconds, and we'll be right back with the Minnesota pick. All right.
Need some music for that. All right,
Yeah,
Vikings
well,
selection is
there
in.
there is music on the actual video, but I was supposed to play that last night when we picked them, but we were all talking too much about, and I told our media team department to take off the music so
Ty
that we could
Felton.
talk over it. Oh, come on.
Yeah, Ty Felton to Minnesota. It's a good pick. Fits.
It
Them.
is. It
It
is.
does
But
fit them.
officially, Shador Sanders falls out of the third round.
At best, a 4th-round pick. That is crazy.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be honest.
I want to see one of these teams double dip on a quarterback if he's still there. Like, Giants take him. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Tennessee, can you imagine Cam Ward and him in a locker room together? That would be wild. Wild.
Yeah. So with that being said, we're just going to take a couple minutes and just your final thoughts here. Maxwell Harrison, T.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, Fitz, and what you really want to see from them this year from a Bills standpoint. I'll go to you first, Jake.
For me, I think they nailed what I wanted, which was defense. I wanted them to go defense here, coverage and pass rush, and I feel like they've done that. Like, there might have been different players that people would have liked at certain spots or whatever, but at least I feel like they addressed what we all thought has been the shortfall of this team, has been the defense letting them down. And so I'm at least happy they did that, and then I do like the pass rush upside and the upside of these guys. I do like the versatility of Max Harrison. I really think he can turn the ball over, and his speed is something that we don't have. And then I really like TJ Sanders, man. Interior pass rush is so important. And I'm excited to see what he can do. And then Landon Jackson, I think, it's always good to have big edges that can move, and I think he's more athletic than people think. And so overall, I really liked what they've done, and we'll see how they fill out the rest of the class. But I think so far it's been really good. It's probably a B plus, A minus for me so far.
Yeah, I have them right now. As much as I sit here and talk about wanting the players that I want, I'm not the Buffalo Bills. I'm not Brandon Beane. It's not my team, not my money. I'm not making millions of dollars to do it. I love this personally, but I'm actually happy with what they've done. I like the Max Harrison pick. Like I said before, he was one of my top 3 guys. I had Amos, Grant, and Hairston that I wanted the Bills to take. One of those 3 at 30. TJ Sanders, I'm in a wait and see mode with him because I want to see how they get him up to that 305, 310. Because I'd rather it be, him continue to stay strong rather than just, the cheeseburger diet. And that's really the development part of it, because if you go to 305, building muscle between now and training camp, and you gain that 15 pounds that he needs to, and it's more muscle than anything else, sure, great. But it can't be just, unadulterated, just calories and things like that just are going to get you to the weight so you can be there, because that's not the best way to do it. And that, we talk about that all the time with, Bawa, best available when available versus development. So, we need him to be developing the correct way, correct habits and things like that. I think he's going to be a good player in the NFL. I think his tape shows a lot of him. I am a little concerned with his pad level, but that's a teachable thing. That's not a trait where he doesn't have it or he has it or anything like that. That's something that can you put a fish hook on the end of the face mask and you tell him to keep his ass down. Like that's something that can be teachable. And the only thing I do love the tape of Landon Jackson. It just the 2 ACLs bother me, but I do like the pick overall. So
Yeah, and I think Brian touched on it too with the RAS scores. They went after athletic guys,
High athletic guys. Yep.
long and and with traits, and I feel like that's what you want. These are all guys that have room to grow, and so yeah. I'm really happy that they went defense and double dipped on the defensive line as well early. I think that's huge, and we will again we'll see how they fill out the rest of the class. But this is a really really good start.
Yeah. So I want to thank you for the last 2.5 hours of joining me. I want to thank Brian for hopping on. Beyond and I will be back tomorrow. This has been a special broadcast. I want to thank Jesse for hopping on earlier to start the show. This has been a special broadcast from Duke Champions with our draft coverage. Whittle should be here tomorrow for the rest of the draft, rounds 4 through 7 for us here at Duke Champions. Definitely tune back in for him. He's got some of the best analysis that we have on the network. So definitely, tune in for him. And all jokes aside, with him, but he is one of the best and that we have, we could ask for. And definitely check out any of our other shows, Coast to Coast Wednesday nights. Chasing Data is now moving to Friday nights at 9 o'clock Eastern. And then we have Friday Night Lights on at 11 o'clock on normal weeks when there's no draft at 11. And then we have third Hockey Hotline 10 a.m. on Saturday mornings. And then thank you. And then third Manageable Saturday night, 9 p.m. And then the Buffalo Blueprint on Sunday, most Sundays moving forward. So with that being said, Jake, do you have anything else before we get out of here?
No, man, let's get out of here, man. Let's go rest up. Big day tomorrow.
Super excited. Super excited. My favorite day of the draft, so I'm going to be excited to sit down and watch it.
I love 4 through 7, man.
Yeah.
I think the Bean's going to move around a little bit, and dude, he's made some monster selections. In rounds 4 through 7. So don't be surprised if we get a future big time player. I mean, look at Shakir, Benford. This is where he finds guys. So Milano. Yep,
absolutely. So, technically, isn't Milano a McDermott pick? Whaley pick?
Correct.
So with that being said, Jake, it was fun having you on here. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been a Duke Champions broadcast. Join us for any of our other great shows, and always good to be seen.
Table crashing through Orchard Park. We want a cornerback that's no snot. Binary Blizzard and the Titans call. Knox, Allen, that we got 'em all. 25